So we ready, Shemaya?
Do you need to share the screen?
No, I ain't got no video clips or nothing.
No video. Okay, no problem.
Yeah, I don't know how to do none of that stuff, man. So
If you had videos, I could have put it up for you.
Oh, yeah, no, I ain't got no videos. Having them ain't showed me how that part worked, man. That's why I ain't never had none. I ain't too super internet savvy with all that stuff.
It's all good, King.
I go old school. I'm landmine with it. Land with it, landmine.
It's all good. So I am pretty much ready for you, King.
Right. All praises. Kwam Yashala. Yahweh Yashai Brakathum.
Yes,
So
Salaki King. Do you hear? I got a fan on me, so I'm just. Is there any noise that you guys hearing in my background?
no,
We're
I don't
good.
hear any.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Con. Hey, Shalaki, Aria, the reader didn't come on, so I'm going to be reading until maybe Gabar or somebody comes in. Okay, Nadiv, you got it, King.
Kwam Yashala.
From your
All
shot.
praise to the Most High, but now we Yahweh, Bashima Mashiach Yahweh Shai. I want to thank all you brothers and your sisters for tuning in, man. Lending me an ear for a little while. Uh, Allow me to spread some of this wisdom that the Lord has bestowed upon me. Man. So the lesson is called War of Words. Before we get into it, just want to do a little quick brief intro. Um, I believe it's War of Words. Um, what is it? The vocal assault, right? I'm sure everybody is kind of in tune with everything that's been going on in Israel lately, man, with a lot of the controversy between brothers within the nation. If there's anything going on with the sisters, I'm not in tune about that. But the brothers, the leaders, the men, the forefront of this movement, of this nation that we got, that we're putting together for the Lord, bringing back into the fold of the Lord, man. And it just seems like the Lord had to put a spirit out there. To the blind eye, it would look as Israel is falling apart from within. All right. And I always say that wars, they never just start off with bombs and shootings and killings. The war starts in within the verbal democracy stage, right? The wars always start with lack of communication or Slovakia, or either side not respecting the point of view from a verbal standpoint or the other, or the tone, the pitch, right? The way that someone is conveying their message, it rubs people the wrong way. So it puts you always in this state of mind where you really have to be cautious and conscious of the words that you use when you speak to people, right? It's difficult when you don't know the person to be selective with your words that you choose in an effort to not cause a misunderstanding. with someone that could potentially lead to an act of violence, right? But when you've tried the spirit as the Lord requires you to do with anyone, that you're going to put that title friend up on, or brother up on, or sister up on, right? It's the pre-stages of engagement, right? You get to learn that person, kind of learn the things that make them tick. The thing, you learn the limits before that person becomes frustrated, right? Or become angry. And you kind of you build your conversation around that when you talk to certain people. Right. But there's a lot of things that's being said in Israel today, back and forth with brothers, that's unbecoming of men of Israel. All right. And I think that spirit that the Lord got out here right now is it's kind of exposing that certain brothers of an upper echelon within the nation to the younger eyes, people who don't really know them. So, think about it like this: like when you first come into this truth, you watching videos, and you be like, "Oh, that brother mighty," right? And then you get to meet that brother when you finally become part of the community, and that brother's not the person that you built him up to be. Not saying that the brother is portraying himself that way. He's moving in the way that the spirit have him moving, but people tend to put people that they can identify with on pedestals, and you build this persona around that person. And then if you blessed and lucky enough to actually meet that person, and then you find out that they're not who you built them up to be, right? You feel a letdown. And that's been going around lately in Israel. People of upper echelon have been being exposed for not being the people that a lot of people have made them out to be. And it's leading to a lot of verbal controversy with brothers back and forth. Brothers have been saying, I'm trying to be selective with my words. Brothers have been making statements and accusations towards brothers in the manner of wishing death on brothers. Like, how far have we fallen, Israel, to where we at the point now that we wishing death on our brothers? That's I think it's getting too far gone at that point where you're calling men of the Lord, austere men, female dogs, but using the profanatory language, bitchs, and calling them garden tools, HOEs, like these are words that we use when we have limited, communication skills. You start to choose words that are promoting violence. You use antagonistic words that tug at someone's emotional strings in an effort to get a certain type of behavior or speech out of them. So what I want to do is I want to bridge the gap between that verbal warfare and just show you with a few precepts how it ties into the spiritual world. All right. So we have
Precept.
bring it out.
Salaki King. Yo,
Bring it out.
that's heavy, bro. James 3 and 8. The book of James, chapter 3, verse 8. But the tongue can no man tame. It is unruly, evil, full of deadly poison.
Because the Lord teaches us that it's not what goes into man that defiles him. It's what comes out of you that defiles you. It's what comes out of you that make you unclean. It's what comes out of your mouth that makes you evil. So when we thinking about verbalization, it has to go to it's a phase that it goes through first, because every word that come out of your mouth starts as a thought. Like no one is just inadvertently speaking. It starts as a thought, and if you understand that it starts as a thought, then you know that that's coming from the spiritual realm. Everything that is spiritual from a thought perspective, you bring it into physical form by way of speaking it. And once it's spoken, It's past tense, right? You can't bring it back. But the reception of what is being spoken is on call at that point. Who are you talking to at that moment? What are you saying? Even when you think you're in your privacy, right? We know that the Lord hears all things. The angels hears all things. So you don't allow to tell Cap, we was talking about this, I was telling him and the brothers, like, you don't have to open up with a prayer to start speaking to the Most High. When you're keeping his commandments and you're to the best of your understanding through the Spirit, and you're actually, on a day-to-day finding ways to implement that law into your everyday life regimen, all you got to do is start talking. The Lord can look at, if he can look at your file and see that you've been being consistent as you can in regards to being in this captivity and navigating through the adversities, then he's listening whenever you speak. All right. So the first precept I want to get after that, James, is so like, let me just touch on that real quick. But the tongue can no man tame. So this goes back to what I say. Your thoughts are spiritual. And in the heat of the moment, everybody knows somebody who've said something out of their mouth, and then five minutes later be like, I didn't say that. All right. Or they get rubbed the wrong way and they get in their feelings, and then they spirit, that angry side of their spirit take over. Or that demon, if you want to call it, that spirit that's within them comes in. And sometimes that spirit shows up as a form of defense. Right. And they say all type of disrespectful, out-of-pocket things out of their mouth. Right. It is an unruly evil full of deadly poison. And that's powerful that you brought that out, because I think this lineup that I got going highlight just that. As a matter of fact, let me write that one down. All right, James 3:8. But let's start off with
And
First
Shalaki
Corinthians.
King,
Bring it
and
out,
that
King. You got
James
anything to say?
3, that James 3 has a lot of meat on that bone when it comes to the things that come out of our mouth, right? So I would say from James 3 and 7, pretty much all the way down. It's like really a lot of meat on that bone. But I yield.
God, I'm gonna have to go back and do me a read on that. I advise everybody take that brother advice and go back and read it. I believe it's like 18 verses in it, so it's not a long chapter. But as the brother says, it's very meatful. And as I'm looking at the page of James 3, I don't know if you can see, I'm highlighted all through James 3. But I want to start with First Corinthians. So I just want to establish something real quick. 6 and verse 12. All right. Now the whole precept is not necessary, but it's something in there I want. It says, all things are lawful unto me, but all things are not expedient. All things are lawful for me, but I would not be brought under the power of any. All right. So when we're speaking about that being brought up under the power of any, that's not saying that a person is living in their pride and they feel like the laws and commandments are above them. He's talking about the actual inconsistencies he would not be brought into power up under, the things that go against the laws of the Lord. Right? We do things in moderation. And some of those things that we do in moderations, depending on your circumstances and situations, you probably don't need to be doing it at all. So just an example, if someone has a drinking problem, then there is no moderation for you. Okay. You need to just lay off the drinking completely, right? Even though it's lawful, but it's not expedient for you, brother, because you change when you get off the saucy, right? You become combative verbally, and maybe even possibly physically. Okay. Your judgment is impaired. Right? So we all know brothers like that, and maybe even some sisters like that. So even though it's lawful, just to make an example, it's not expedient that you need to get drunk, right? Or even if it is in moderation, you may need to just lay off of the drink. It don't work right with you. So this would mean I would not be brought in unto the powers of those things. So the speech that we're talking about, this speech that brings about wars and brings about judgment, right? The Lord said that he was going to judge you, that you're going to have to give an account for everything that you say out of your mouth. Most of the time we look at what people do, but the speech is just as deadly. Okay. And you think about mind alteration for acceptance, the things that a person have to go through to accept certain um, thoughts to use against people. Is it acceptable to say this? Is it acceptable to say that? How do you believe or feel that you could say certain things out of your mouth, and when a person responds in a way that is unpleasing to your statement, you feel as though that person is in a pride? Oh, brother, I just rebuked you. You in your pride because you didn't receive the rebuke. Well, how did you come with the rebuke? All right. You know, a lot of people know the scriptures and they pervert the scriptures. They move maliciously with the scriptures. And then when they called out for it, they know how to hide behind scriptures. Oh Lord, but the Lord said, rebuke sharply and before others. Yeah, but before all that, the Lord told you that if you have an art with your brother, then you need to take your issue to them first, right? That's what we're seeing a lot of our first time coming into some of the issues that's going on. We noticing it on social media. Right? Me and the brothers talked about this before. My stance is I understand that the potential active 2/3, those that are not in active duty, those who are not keeping the laws and commandment as we are trying to do to the best of our ability, right? The Lord outlined what they look like. So when we look at the rest of Israel, those that are not a part of the Israelite community, they're not supposed to be privileged to what's going on with us, right? If I got a problem with my brother, I'm supposed to be able to verbalize it to my brother. My brother's supposed to be able to humbly accept that. And we're supposed to grow from that. I'm supposed to gain a brother from that because you understand that I'm telling you these things out of love and not from a wicked, malicious standpoint. But I'm not supposed to find out that you have a problem with me through your vocalization on a social media platform. All right. So when you think about mind alteration for acceptance, then you got to start with convenience, right? Necessity or mandatory, right? These three phases come into effect. Like, so convenience builds bad habits. Anything that you just can frequently get your hands on, right? Anything that you just can do at will. You can say whatever you want out of your mouth, whenever you want out of your mouth, and you're never being called on it. You're never being, or for lack of better words, no one's ever checking you about it and telling you, look, you can't just say anything out of your mouth to people. Okay? Even if you feel like you're right, even if you are right, there's a way that you go about saying things. But we come from the world. Growing up most of our lives, people say whatever they want. You've grown up hearing, oh, I'm a grown ass man. I'm a grown ass woman. I can say whatever I want out of my mouth. I got 17 kids. Can't nobody tell me what to say. And then you wonder why you always in a fight. All right. That's a habit that's been built up with our people out of convenience. You conveniently say whatever's on your mind and nobody holds you accountable for it. It becomes a bad habit. You don't have the discernment that Sirach speaks about, right? Knowing when to speak and when not to speak, when to address an issue, and it's a time for everything, right? As Ecclesiastes 3 tells us, it's a time and a purpose for everything. Some people don't understand that. They don't know when is the time and place. All right. And out of that, out of building up out of that convenience, right? That luxury of being able to just say what you want and never being held accountable for it, that becomes a bad habit, right? And out of that bad habit, a necessity is built up. It becomes necessary that becomes a part of your day to day. If you go and rebuke somebody, right, it's necessary for me to rebuke you in this way because that's how I get my point across. If I can't say it this way or that way, then I don't feel as though I'm making my point. You can't tell me how to say what I feel. That's my opinion. And maybe it is, but where's the consideration in your speech, right? For the other person, the compassion that maybe I'm not built the way you are, and I can't take that. I haven't came to terms yet in my life with the issues that I'm dealing with or I'm falling short with. And I don't want you putting me on the jumbotron. So, it's like using profanity. Some people feel like it's necessary to use profanity. Well, that necessary need to use profanity with every other word came out of the convenience of using that word. All right? And never being called out for it. Then you move into the stage of mandatory. Right? That's a controlling factor. When things have become mandatory, it's an ordinance set by a higher power or someone that controls the narrative. Well, you control the narrative of what comes out of your mouth. So when you move into that mandatory stage inside of your mind, you're feeling like this is my selective go-to whenever I'm in a verbal combative statement. There's like this log of words that open up. You see it with the youngsters today, how they use all their little slang whenever they're in a confrontational matter. It's like, and the words become limited to this box of words right here. These are my mandatory control words. How do they control? Because they're trigger words. Like calling someone a bitch or a punk ass HOE or all these derogatory all of these words that are derogatory towards a person's character or their behavior patterns. Those are trigger words. Those are control words that you use, and you don't think about how using those words bring the Lord's attention to you. But also it brings his left-hand side of the dominion of demonic energies towards you, right? We know the truth. Like, if we go to Isaiah, right? Oldie but goodie, right? Isaiah 58:1 tells us, cry aloud, spare not, lift up thy voice like a trumpet, and show my people their transgressions, right? And the house of Jacob their sins, okay? Well, the truth must be louder than the lie. So when we speaking to people, and we're speaking in a perspective of correction, right? Reproofing and exhortation. That truth, this scripture, which is the truth, always have to be resonating louder than the lie, right? This is why we go out into the highways, we go out into the byways, we go out into the hedges, right? But it's not just limited to that. Because a lot of the problems that we go through don't happen when we out in the highways and the byways. Israel is having internal problems with people that go to the highways and hedges. And it's a lot of he said, she said, right? Tail bearing and backbiting going on right now. So we need to be mindful of our speech, right? What starts as a thought in the spiritual world is made into a verbal statement. It becomes physical actions. By way of what? Combative. People begin to fight with each other. Or this verbal war takes place over social media. And now you got to remember that brothers come from the world. That old man that we're required to take off and remove. Do we really ever take that old man off? I don't think so. I personally believe that that old man is always right there. The goal is to mortify your members. He acts out of the character of your flesh, right? That instant gratification, that instant get back. I want to get my lick back, my revenge. That's not spiritual behavior that you should be displaying when it comes to your people, when it comes to dealing with Israelites. You don't get to give that type of energy and think that there's no repercussion for it. All right. So I'm going to go to Ephesians chapter 4, and I'm going to start at verse 29. It says, let no corrupt communication proceed out of your mouth, but that which is good to the use of edifying. So when we speaking to each other, it should be in an exhortating form. Right? If I got to speak to my brother and I got to call him all type of effeminate words, right, and make threats on his life and say that I hope that the Lord, that the Most High, Yahweh Shai, put you to death. I mean, I would assume that that's speaking corrupt at the highest level, and that would make you a murderer. I understand everybody gets angry, but even in that angered time, you have to be in control of the situation, okay? Because you can say things and you can do things that can make a simple misunderstanding spiral out of control and become a much volatile environment or situation prone to violence, right? But that which is good to the use of edifying, that it may minister grace unto the hearers. You gotta let your brother know when look, brother, I think we're at an impasse. Look, brother, I think that you're holding strong to your point of view and I'm holding strong to mine, and I don't think that we're gonna come to a unified agreement. So let's just drop that whole subject matter because I don't think it's worth me and you becoming combative and arguing with each other. I know a lot. Israel get to drinking, and then brothers want to have a battle with the precepts. You know what I'm saying? Brothers do things behind closed doors. I always think about the story of Susanna. And I ask the brothers all the time, I'm like, what type of conversation did them two elders have to have with each other for one to feel comfortable enough to say to the other, let's go spy on her. Let's go watch her while she's bathing. How do you get comfortable enough in your communication that you can go and you can say that I'm filming right now? I'm busy, but I'm on the line right now. How do you get to that point that you're comfortable with another brother, Salakia, and that you could say, let's go and watch and spy on another sister without you feeling like if I say this to that brother, damn, he might go and take me to the elders. That brother might not feel the same way. So yeah, look at what type of interactions are those brothers having with each other? Because I can't see me coming to another brother saying, oh yeah, let's go spy on that sister. I know where she's finna be taking a shower at, and not have the same thought in my mind that says that brother might turn me in. So this is why you have to be careful and be selective. Because when you're speaking, not only is those with ears, physical ears listening, the Lord is listening. And that's from the right-hand side. But also, Satan is listening as well, and his minions. So let me get this Ephesians 4 and 29. I'm going to go to the next verse. Read the 31. It says, and grieve not the Holy Spirit of God, whereby ye are sealed unto the day of redemption. It's telling you to grieve not the Lord. The Lord don't want to hear your perverse and wicked, disrespectful, murderous, slanderous communication. And don't forget he got a book of remembrance, all right? As if he really needed it, but, you know, my understanding is not the Lord's. But he got a book that says if the Lord did forget something, he could pull that book out, right? And it'll have everything in that book that you ever said and ever did. The same way how Ahasuerus did in the book of Esther when Mordecai saved him from the two guards who was his own guards that was about to kill him. They wrote that in the book of remembrance. And when he came back around to Mordecai a year later, and it was brought to his remembrance that it was Mordecai who helped save his life, what did he say? Go get the book of remembrance. Oh, yeah, it's in here. Well, did he ever? But what we don't see in that book of remembrance is the rectification. Has that man ever been compensated for what he did in saving my life? No, he wasn't. So he righted that wrong. So are you leaving your writing and your writing of your wrongs in the hands of the Lord? Or are you going to be conscious of what you say out of your mouth and how you use words against your brothers and your sisters so that when you're called into the seat of judgment for those words, hey man, you found speaking fruitful words, not damning and condemning words. Because let's put it plainly. You could speak judgment against someone. You haven't heard his side of the story. But because you got this buddy system going on with another one of the brothers or the sisters, right? You playing a respective person game. Well, I know you. I label with you, so I'll take your word, right? Because I know the character of you. I don't think that brother would go and just bear false witness. Well, the operative word is think. You don't think. You don't believe that. You don't want to believe that. But everybody has gone the hell off for their own purposes at some point in time or another, whether it was intentionally or unintentionally. Maybe they were forced into a situation and they justified their behaviors or their speech. But you can't never 100% give 1,000% of credit to no one because nobody knows their own heart. Nobody devises their own way. The Lord comes and he seals your instructions when you're slumbering at night. So if it don't fit the plans of the Lord, which you don't know, you got to be selective and be very careful about what you're saying and who you're justifying. It says, 31 says, let all bitterness and wrath and anger and clamor and evil speaking be put away from you with all malice. Justify yourself after reading that verse, doing a rebuke video on your brothers, calling them homosexuals, calling them pedophiles. All right? These are accusations that are punishable by death according to the Most High and his commandments. So if you're going to make that statement out of your mouth, you better be damn sure that you got hardcore proof, not circumstantial evidence that's left open for interpretation. Okay? Because in the courtroom, your objection, Your Honor, he's leading the witness. You're basically painting the picture to justify the statement, but that's not the facts. That's not the proof. Go to the book of Colossians real quick. I want to go to chapter 3 and verse 8. Oldie. Colossians 3 and 8 says.
Like, yeah, I can read for you.
All right, let me just read this, then you can come in after that, all right?
Yeah.
It's Colossians 3 and 8. It says, but now ye also put off all these, anger, wrath, malice, blasphemy, filthy communication out of your mouth. Okay? Someone else cannot come to you and tell you definitively something about another brother or sister if they were not there. That's hearsay. Okay? That's hearsay. That's talebearing. Found in Leviticus, right? 19. You can't be doing that. And you read in Sirach, I can't remember which chapter it was. I want to say around like 24, 25, somewhere up in there, 23. It talks about if you're going to speak on another person and you're speaking, I'll just say malicious against them. If you can't speak that person's name, keep your mouth closed. Because that's holding you accountable for what you say out of your mouth. I'm not going to just come and make up something about one of the brothers and go and tell it to another person. They be like, who did that? Oh, man, it ain't important who did it. But, man, brothers is out here foul. No, because Leviticus 5:1 tells us if you hear something, say something. Right? That's called not suffering sin upon that brother if that brother is acting or speaking in a manner that is unbecoming of thus say the Lord, thus say the Holy Bible. But there's a process. You don't get to run and go make a damn rebuke video on social media. Opening up our inside business to the whole damn world. And subjecting that brother or that sister to the ridicule that comes from all these people who don't keep the laws and commandments. They don't live within our community. They don't understand how we operate. What you're doing is showing to them that we're divided. And show me in the precepts where it tells you to go make a damn video about when your brother or your sister go off. Because I ain't ran across that part yet. I heard about I didn't even hear the part where it said pick up a phone and call them. I heard in the scriptures it said go to that man or that woman and confront them personally, face to face, between just you and them. Because when you think about the wars that start from communication, a person is more likely to receive a rebuke when there's no eyes upon them but you and them. But you do it in front of everybody will always be the wrong time if it is not a lawfully convened council. Person take that as an ambush. They automatically going to go into defend myself mode. They're not trying to hear anything you say out of your mouth at that point. You just tried to backdoor me. You set me up. So they ain't supposed to be seen on those social media sites at all. You don't wait till brothers is at the feast day gathering and want to bring up confrontational information. This ain't the place or the time for that. And even worse than that, after that brother's been confronted, now you want to bring up this laundry list of information that you have about that brother. So what you're saying is that you and this person have been moving foul as hell, and y'all been keeping this secrets against this wicked spiritual behavior that y'all doing. Y'all been keeping it from the body. But the moment y'all fall out, now y'all want to drag out the laundry about each other's shortcomings and brother stumbling blocks. That sounds like some damn hip hop malarkey, right? They've been in a group for 15 years, doing all manner of wicked, lascivious, unnatural acts. But as soon as the group break up for whatever reason, now everybody's airing out each other's laundry. That brother was an adulterer. I overseen that, but I swept it under the rug. And then you wonder why the Lord is judging you. Because you didn't follow protocol. He told us what to do in those situations. Right? The problem is that the war we fight, it's a 2 against 1 type of war. Okay? You got the righteous spirit against the wicked spirit as well as the flesh. Now, we'll read later on in the precepts, I got it, where the Lord tells you that we are the manifestation of 2 bodies. And each of those bodies have a functioning brain of itself. You have a physical flesh body and a brain, but you also have a spiritual body with a brain of its own that lies within you. Now, you can call it your intuition. You can call it the little voice in the back of your head, okay? Whatever worldly term you want to give it. Those of us that's under the thus say the Lord, thus say the Holy Bible Act, that's who you should be listening to. You're supposed to be listening to the little voice in the back of your head because that's the Spirit talking to you. That's the Most High, which is that Spirit within you. That's Him communicating from within this damn prison cell. He kind of leaning out the chuckhole, speaking to you, guiding you to make the right decision, to speak the right words. But because from childbirth, that version of you has been subdued, okay? Has been limited in its access to speak and come into the actual understanding of who it is. It hasn't been fed and nurtured properly. So it's malnutrition, right? You take an actual baby and never put them in a social environment. A kid can turn 6, 7 years old and still don't know how to speak. Having been around other 6-year-olds from baby till 6. So when he get around, he's 6 now, and he get around 6-year-olds, he's acting like a newborn, a toddler. Whereas the other 6-year-olds are on their way to becoming preteens. This is our spirit. Even with growing up in the church, your spirit was not properly nurtured. It was not properly introduced to its opponents. This is why when we get old and the Lord bring us back into the truth, you a babe again. And as that babe, you're susceptible to pretty much anybody that comes along teaching anything. You don't know how to combat against the lies that are taught and spoken about how to serve the Lord. Because you're a babe, you have no understanding. You don't even have any biases established within your spirit yet because you have not served or known the Lord. So you'll stand up and you'll speak and you'll fight verbally about John 3:16 and you can't even break it down. All you know is it just means God loves everybody and Christ died for everybody. Which is what we all run into when we talking to people who are still locked in that state of mind. So you're thinking about this spirit that's within you and the problems that's going to come when that spirit finally grow into its warrior state. All right. The Lord even told us, man, before you even try to go out and teach, there's a need that you should be taught. And the first things you need to be taught are the oracles of the Lord. Nobody taught us those things. This is why sometimes we offend in our speech. Because we forget that we're the learned ones. Somebody walk up and say something we don't approve and don't agree with. Oh, we pull out all the cut them to the core scriptures. Stab that spirit up, kill them dead, make them bleed out right here where we teaching that. We forget that that brother or that sister was once you. And I shun to think that no, there is no compassion for them because most of us who came in the truth, we didn't come into the truth by being sliced and diced and cut up by standing in front of a line of Hebrew Israelites that's teaching. We didn't walk up to a campsite and get rebuked the hell out of us. Right? So when we dealing with brothers like that and sisters like that, we're not compassionate to that thought. So we have to maintain in our speech. Right? And then you got the spirit of your flesh. It wants everything. It's lusting, it's coveting, all right? It's angry, It's all the above. But it's the powerhouse. It's the stronger version of you. You're learning how to rule over your temple, the house, which is the Lord's. You're learning it. And what happened when I hold you in such a high regard and then I watch you be snatched down off of that pedestal? There's a saying that they say, boo-boo flow downhill. Every single brother or sister that you've planted seeds in turns sour. There's a betrayal that lies there. I've been learning from this brother all these years. I thought he was a mighty brother. Now I find out this, that, and the third about that brother. That hurts you to your spirit. Now you got brothers want to fall out the truth, don't want to be in the truth no more. Brothers don't want to be with camps no more because of the lie. The lie was louder than the truth. They say bad news travel faster than good news. All right? The righteous spirit against the wicked spirit of the spirit and flesh. Once we allow unprofitable speech to escape out of our mouths, we ain't speaking only to the physical ear, but also to the celestial, the evil spirits, right? And what do you mean by that? Because just like the Lord can hear your words, so can Satan. So let's just make a quick scenario, right? Say I'm talking smack because right, Danyala did something that I don't approve of. And instead of me contacting Danyala and addressing the issue with him personally to get clarification, I go and pull out 25 precepts. I go live, right? And I start besmirching this brother's character without proof or without thoroughly dissecting, doing my diligent inquisition with the proof that is being laid in front of us with the accusation, right? You just, oh yeah. And then you go and you spread that to other brothers. What happens? You start a chain reaction. Because once that bad news is out there and it convicts you in the minds of individuals, there's no way you can put that same campaign together to reverse that. Some people who logged on or heard what you said, they're not going to log on or be there when you justify it if it comes out. And most of the time, the guilty parties never use the same energy and platform to say, you know what, the reportings that I gave earlier about the brother, when I did the video, I was wrong. I was out of pocket. I didn't do my thorough, diligent inquisition. I was believing on another brother who I had no reason to believe that man would lie to me or bring me falsified information. But your respect of persons allows you to just take his word for it. Then you ran with it and you created this smear campaign. And then when the council come together, that brother be found not guilty, what's supposed to happen to you? Let's get Ezekiel 37, because I want to show you something. Ezekiel 37 and 9. I want to show you how the spirit hears the things you say, and it'll take it, and it'll pass it on, right? Ezekiel chapter 37. Gabar, that was you? You there?
No, this is our bad. Salakia. Shalom.
Shalom, King.
I got it. This is the book of Ezekiel, chapter 30.
37 and 9, in verse 9. And when you read it slow, because I'm gonna touch on line for line. I want to touch on some things in a couple of the lines.
This is the book of Ezekiel, to 37 and verse 9. Then said he unto me, prophet to the woman, prophesy, son of man, and say to the wind.
Now, hold it right there. Hold it right there. The Lord is telling you, prophesy to the wind. Speak to the wind, right? Because the Lord is going to allow that wind to carry that word where it needs to go. Every brother that's been in the highways and byways, I don't know about like new brothers, but brothers who got years in them highways, 3, 4, 5 years or better in them highway, I guarantee you, they can tell you a story about how they were at camp, nobody was out, and they were teaching, and somebody walked up to them and said something just told them to come this direction. I was supposed to have been going to so-and-so, such and such, but for some reason, I came this way because man's going is of the Lord. So the Lord will tell you, prophesy to the wind, right? And you can read in Sirach where the Lord talks about, I believe, I got the precept in, I believe it's Ezra, second Ezra, or either Sirach, I believe, strongly, I think it's in Sirach, where it tells you how the wind stays its course, but it's like a living entity as well. It's under the control of the Most High and the angels. It goes where he wants it to go. And it'll carry that word like pollen. And it'll land spiritually where the Lord wants it to go. So someone walk up talking about, yeah, man, I ain't planning on coming this way. I was supposed to have been going that way, but something made me come this way. Yeah, it was the Lord. You followed that wind. You followed that sound behind you that said, go ye this way. All right? That's why when you speak words and you're moving in the spirit and the Lord is listening to you, you have to be selective with what you say out of your mouth. And I'm gonna keep saying that. Put a pin in that because I'm gonna explain why. Go ahead, King. Finish up. Thus say the Lord God. I don't know if you got cut off or not. Come from the four winds, O breath, and breathe upon these slain that they may live. So we know that this verse is talking, we know we in the valley of the dry bones, right? We talking about those that are spiritually dead. This word is water, right? This word is life. Breathe on them. Speak these words to this congregation of non-law-keeping Israelites and bring them back to life spiritually, right? So we're not talking to the physical counterpart of them. He's talking to their spirit. The Lord is a spirit. This word is spirit. And therefore, if you serve the Most High, you have to serve him in spirit. Right? So when I speak, I'm speaking from the spirit within me with spiritual words. But these words have animating characters about them. They could bring you back to life. They could put you to death. Okay? They can bring judgment up on you. And we're going to get into that. Right? So we know that the wind can carry your words. Let's get John 3:8.
This is the book of John, chapter 3 and verse 8. The wind bloweth where it listens, and thou hearest the sound thereof, and canst not tell whence it cometh, and whither it goeth. So is everyone that is born of the Spirit.
Why would the Lord equate your spirit to the wind going where it's supposed to, wherever it wants? That word where it listeth means it goes where it wants. But we know that nothing that is of the Lord goes where it wants and do what it wants, right? It literally goes where the Lord has instructed it to go. So on the outside looking in, it would appear that the wind is just blowing randomly. No, the same wind that blew in Africa is the same wind that blew past you, god dang it, in Times Square, blew past you at Oblak. It's the same wind. It's on a course, right? But it's carrying what? Sometimes the wind blow pollen, blow seeds. Now you got a plant growing in a land where it's not indigenous to. That shouldn't be growing here. How? Because the wind can carry life form with it. Because it has the spirit of the Lord. It's a life force. Okay, so that's why that word, the word will travel when we speak it. Okay, some people hear this word and it cut them straight to the heart. They get pricked at the heart, as the scriptures say, and it pricks them in a place where they're not really ready to deal with yet. They haven't came to the acceptance of it. So we find ourselves in heated arguments at camp. Sometimes they turn into physical altercations at camps. Right? We didn't call that person to come over here, but he just walked up out of nowhere because he heard the word, traveling through the air, through the wind, talking to what? His spirit. If the Lord is spirit, his word is spirit, and the Lord's spirit is within us, according to Corinthians, 1 Corinthians 3:16, then that means we all have a way we can all communicate spiritually. Just by speaking. I've personally had situations where I'm in the midst of saying something and another brother finished the speech and we'd be like, that's the spirit. That's exactly what I was just going to say. All of us who teach this word, we've all been called a precept, and we actually called the wrong precept, but the brother pulled the precept you wanted. You'd be like, oh no, that's the wrong precept. But they actually at the precept you really wanted. That's the spirit. So sometimes it'd be the opposite way around. We like to say that that's Yahweh Shai throwing his precept in. Because where there's two or more of us gathered, he's in the midst of us. So you think you want this precept, and a brother will read the wrong precept, and you'd be like, dang, that ain't the one I called, but that fit what I'm making, the statement I'm making perfectly. That's the spirit. The Lord know what needs to be heard. He said, open your mouth, and he'll do what? He'll put the words in it. Based on the circumstances, based on the situation, based on the location, the subject matter, when you moving in righteousness and you're speaking on the behalf of the Most High for his purposes, he'll put the right combination of words together for that situation. We even know that if it's a hostile thing that need to be done, the Lord told you, make your head hard against theirs, because he knows you're going to speak to a stiff-necked, rebellious, gainsaying people. Well, who made them that way? The Lord did, right? Playing with that double-edged sword, right? The one that's so sharp that it cut to the bone asunder, meaning that it cut straight to your spirit. These words are not going to physically put lacerations and gash marks in you. But the way these words are going to attack your spirit, it's going to feel like it. And it's going to trigger your natural defensive response. Right? So you got some brothers that's very charismatic in their speech, very eloquent in their speech. These are brothers who understand the the socialism of human behavior from a dialoguing perspective. I know how to strategically choose non-confrontational words, right? You want to rebuke someone, and I don't know if that person is working with a sensitive spirit, so you use words like we. Yeah, brother, we can't be, moving in this manner and that manner. Well, I'm not guilty of moving in that manner, but I'll make it an all-inclusive statement so that that person don't feel like I'm bagging them into a corner, causing them the need to defend themselves. Because maybe he's still immature in the scriptures and he don't understand that you're supposed to receive that rebuke with humility. Because that's me showing you that I love you. Right? Maybe they're still holding on to that portion of that worldly side of them where, you know, when someone confronts them with something, you just automatically get in this aggravated, agitated, confrontational spirit. Let's get Ecclesiastes 1. Start at verse 6.
Verse 6.
Start at verse 6.
Come on. This is the book of Ecclesiastes, chapter 1, and verse 6. The wind goeth toward the south, and turneth about unto the north, whirleth about continually, and the wind returneth again according to its circuits.
Operative word in there, 4 words. The last 4, according to his circuit. Meaning that the wind is on a steady, constant path. There is no deviating from it. And according to the scriptures, that wind can carry your words with it. Right? These words are being heard all around the world. In collaboration with every brother that's teaching these words in these highways and these hedges, prophesying into the wind. The Lord is hearing this. The angels is hearing this. He's equating the things that we're teaching in regards to his prophecies and a timeline. And he's saying they're at this stage. Listen to them all down there teaching this and teaching that from the scriptures. That means it's time for the Euphrates to dry up. That means that it's time for an earthquake to happen over here where there ain't even no tectonic plates at. Why? Because I set forth prophecies based around these people's teachings that show me their level of cognitiveness in regards to understanding the scriptures. It was prophesied that we would wake up and come back to the remembrance of who we were in the land of our captivity. Right? And that's what we see going on. But also attached to that, it was said also that in that time of us remembering who we were, that we would see calamities around the world. Right? Earthquakes in diverse places. There would be wars and rumors of wars. Right? Nations would be rising up against nations. Civil wars popping up. Like, we're looking at all of these things transpiring. But if you're not a lawkeeper of the Lord, then you don't understand that these things are happening because Israelites are waking up all over the world and they're teaching, thus say the Lord. Word. We are physically verbalizing the initiation of a spiritual war. By us going out there teaching, thus say the Lord, we lit the fuse for the spiritual war. And what's wrong with that? Because some of us act like we don't know we're in a spiritual war. We got a lot of internal conflict going on as this spiritual war is rising up. Certain people are being, for lack of better words, they're being exposed. And this is by the way of the Lord. No brother went to sleep last night and said, yeah, let me go and get my 8-9 hours of sleep, because in the morning, yeah, the Lord gonna expose me for being a freaky deaky brother, right? He finna put all my shortcomings on blast by way of this brother so-and-so. He's gonna make him do a rebuke video on me, so I need to be spiritually rested so I can put up with all the backlash and the rebukes and all the comments coming through my dang on group chats and all that. Yeah, let me get my sleep so I can be ready for that in the morning. Nobody's doing that. Nobody. We're worried about the visual perspective, or perception, shall I say, from the people that we labor with. Now, here's the thing. If the Lord is listening to me, and we're basing that on someone who's keeping the law, statutes, and commandments to the best of their ability, right? In regards to their understanding that the Lord is giving them through the Spirit. Then let's assume that's what exactly it is, and the Lord is listening to them. Now, I got an art with this brother Shemaiah, and I'm sitting at home just talking smack. The Lord may say, well, damn, Shemaiah has really vexed the spirit of the brother Nadiv. Let me pay a little more closer attention to what's going on with this brother Shemaiah. And we know Shemaiah, this is just example, so don't nobody get simple or take it the wrong way. My brother's mighty, he's diligent. But I'd rather use him because I know him.
It's because I came to Chicago and didn't get the turkey wings.
All right, brother, you gonna get him. The Lord had other plans then, man. See?
No praises.
But the Lord, I can cause the point I'm making is that I can cause the Lord to really start paying attention to a brother and the way he's moving. And if depending on the vexation of my spirit about it, it could possibly bring a judgment against him. If the Lord looks over there and say, well, damn, that brother is kind of moving off, because he's the only one who truly knows, with the exception of the brother that's actually going the hell off. You know what you're doing, right? 2 Corinthians 13:5 told you, examine yourself whether you be in this truth or not. Know ye not your own self. Okay? You know when you're going the hell off, but you know that nobody else can actually definitively say you are. Well, the Lord can. And the Lord can put it on a brother's spirit to get a vibe, a spiritual inkling. But just say, I happen to see something. And I'm vexed by it. And I'm talking about it. I haven't went into a formal prayer about it, but I'm speaking on it. The Lord can take that as me lamenting, right? When Israel went off with the heathen women, and what have you done to us? Right? You hear multiple accounts of the person that's being vexed saying, what have you done to us as a nation? He's not saying, what have you done to me personally? Because we're not looking at our behavior and how it's affecting us as a nation versus you as the individual, right? But my vexation and me talking about it may make the Lord look at you a little bit more, or may actually make the Lord to invoke stages of judgment to start to come about. And I cause that because I'm over here bitching and complaining. And the Lord may bring a judgment on that brother. And that judgment may be too strong for that brother, and it may cause him to fall out of the truth. You had a hand in that. Your blood, that blood is on your hands. Because we're not commanded to move in that fashion. If anything, if we move in anything like Christ, whenever our brother's shortcomings or stumblings come, the first thing you should have is compassion for that brother. You should put yourself in his shoes and say, well, damn, I don't know what made that brother or that sister act that way, but I know that the Lord controls all things. Well, if the fervent prayers of a righteous man availeth much, then pray, Lord, strengthen that brother or that sister in that time of trial and tribulation that you're putting up on them. I don't know what that brother may have done that made you, put the spirit on him to act like that or say the things that he said, Lord, but strengthen my brother, right? Give him the courage to endure whatever trial you're sending his spirit through. Say that first, and then say, well, and Lord, I didn't like it. No, it rubbed my spirit the wrong way. No, we don't consider that the Lord is controlling everything when adversities come. We do the same thing the world do. You look at the physical counterpart standing in front of you, and you put all of it on them. Man, I'm just saying, watch that brother. I ain't saying he this, that, and the other, but I see something that don't look right, so just pay attention to him and let me know if you see the same thing. That's like a damn cahoots against somebody. Okay? Now, here's the downside to that. When you're moving like that, The negative, the wicked spirits hear it as well. You just alerted a spirit who might have been somewhere paying attention to somebody else. They hear those words because they're spirit. You just alerted them that one of your brothers is over here struggling with something. And that spirit say, oh, I've been trying to break down the defenses on Danyala all week. This dude just ain't giving up. He gonna stay in prayer. And then you come talking smack to Danyala about another brother. I come talking trash to him about Shemaiah and what I'm feeling. And I just sent the spirit. Oh, so Shemaiah's the weak one. He's the one over there struggling with something. Let me run over here and put my 2 cents in Shemaiah's mix and jack him all up. This is why we have to be cautious in our speech. We so busy paying attention to the physical counterparts that hear us that we're not thinking that from a spiritual perspective. There are demonic forces, man. Ecclesiastes 6:12 talks about them. Those higher powers. And no level 3, level 4 brother in this truth of understanding, you're not going to get a level 1 demon. You're not going to get a level 2 demon. You a level 2 yourself. They're going to send like a 5 or 6 after you. The demon has to be stronger than you, because the moment you call on Yahweh Bashem, Yahweh Shai, you kind of morph into this overly powered person. But with great powers comes great responsibility. And seeing that our war that we fight is not with carnal weapons, it's with spiritual. How does our spiritual war begin? It begins with our speech. Go and look at the socialism of Israel through every captivity. They spoke their prayers. They fasted and they prayed. That's verbal warfare. Okay? So we get Ecclesiastes 1 and 6, right? Jump down and read. Actually, just read it all the way to 8. Read it. Go from 7 on down to 8.
Yeah. Verse 7. All the rivers run into the sea. Yet the sea is not full unto the place from whence the rivers come. Thither they turn again.
All right, so that's just showing you the same thing with the wind. This word is water. Okay? And consider yourself that river. And when you speak this water out of your mouth, it returns back to you in some shape, form, or fashion, right? Because didn't the Lord say that you're going to have to give account for everything that you say? So see yourself as that river. When them waters leave you in the form of communication, this word is water. This word is bread. This word is spirit. This word is wine. This word is doctrine. This word is light. So when you speak this water, the judgment of that water, if it's righteous, is going to come back as an accreditation to you. If it's wicked, it's going to come back with an accountability stamp with a judgment against you. Right? Verse 8.
All things are full of labor. Man cannot utter it. The eye is not satisfied with seeing, near the ear filled with hearing.
Right? The key point in that is all things are full of labor, right? The key point is man cannot utter. Because the scripture tells us that there are certain things that you can't verbally say out your mouth, but the spirit groans and makes concessions to the Lord on your behalf. Your spirit, when it hears something that's unsettling, it feels a certain type of way. And you may not be able to verbalize what that feeling is, or what you've seen, or what you've heard, because you're thinking about how to program that from a physical perspective to verbalize it spiritually. You're wrestling with making it make sense. whereas the spirit has already took it in, processed it. Remember, that spirit is the Lord. And that's key, right? So we can see everything created has a specific or dual purpose, right? As Ecclesiastes 3:1 tell you, to everything there's a season and a time to every purpose under the heavens, right? We essentially call the type of spiritual entities around us, right? Our speech. If you're always speaking negative, gossiping, backbiting, tail bearing, what type of spirits you think follow? You like a Pied Piper. You just typing out all type of madness. That's what type of spirits are following you around, because they know that, hey, you're going to introduce them to all manner of wickedness by way of verbalizing it. This person is confrontational. Person always want to gossip. This person always got the goods on somebody else and telling everybody else's business. Them the type of spirits that follow you around, even though you're promoting yourself as a actively trying to be righteous brother. But you don't see nothing wrong, or sister, but you don't see nothing wrong with your speech, because your speech is subjective to situations and circumstances or location or people. You don't speak the same way around everybody. It's like a conscious bipolar or multiple personality thing. When you get around certain people, you speak a certain type of way. Get around other people, you speak another type of way. Well, those are spirits that you're entertaining, and you're bringing spirits to the party. Right? Now, go to stay in Ecclesiastes, get chapter 10 and verse 20. Because I know some people love to. Yeah, go ahead, King.
Chapter 10 and verse 20. First, not the king. No, not in thy thought. Of course not. The rich and thy bedchamber.
Now, the Lord, now why did he say that? Curse not the king. No, not in your thought. Nobody can hear me speaking. Nobody can hear me thinking these wicked thoughts about this brother and how I feel like he bogus, but I haven't confronted him with it yet. Well, you know what? That brother's the last to know, because the Most High heard them thoughts. The angels heard them thoughts, as well as the damn demons from the left-hand side. They heard them thoughts. Now you set in motion spiritual warfare, spiritual behavior, spiritual reconnaissance, even. The Lord and those damn demons is now paying attention over there to that situation that you're speaking about, and all those people that's involved in it. Some brothers and sisters is more girded up than others, and if they over there and they ain't properly girded, you just suck demons on them. No, I get it. Well, you know, all Israel ain't Israel. 2/3 of our people got to die anyway. Because you read that, because we know that, you don't have no control over none of that. We don't have a hell or a heaven to send nobody to. So we don't get to justify our speech by trying to hide behind precepts when you out of pocket. You got to call yourself into accountability, because the Lord just said, not in your thoughts and not in your bedchamber. Most people go to bed fussing and cussing about situations and circumstances involving other brothers and sisters that they've been privileged to. But go on. Why he said, You there? I'll finish. It says, for the bird of the air shall carry the voice, and that which have wings shall tell the matter. Is it a bird literally sitting outside your door, listening to everything you say? And even if he is he finna physically go and tell someone, hey, Shemaiah, tweet, 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 tweet. Nadiv over there talking trash. Woo, 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 woo. That's spiritual communication, man. Lord is literally telling you when you think you don't know who's listening. You don't know who's hearing you. And let's just put it all on the Most High. That little bird that might heard you, like it just said, for a bird of the air shall carry the voice, and that which have wings shall tell the matter. We can read in Exodus 5, I believe it is, where it talks about the spirit of jealousy coming up on a man. Right? You ain't got to be there, the scriptures say. You ain't got to hear about it, that your woman is creating acts of infidelity. The Lord said that he will put a spirit on a brother that lets him know himself that his woman is going to hell off. So I have to assume that that bird, from a spiritual perspective, is the Lord saw it. The angel saw it. So the Lord will give you that spirit upon you of uncomfortableness or unease that maybe it's an issue, maybe it's a problem. He may even allow y'all to come together in the same setting, and from across the room, nobody else paid attention to it, but you might see something that gives you that inkling like, wait a minute, that didn't seem right. That didn't feel right. I'm going to have to go over there and say something to this brother, man. Right? You can't speak subliminally about someone who knows the issue. Because the moment you start laying out like the issue itself, the person that's involved, they see right through all that. They know you're talking about them. Brother want to go on Facebook and make a damn subliminal post, and the person you talking about who know the situation reads your subliminal, and they know exactly right off the rip, this nigga, bro, is talking about me. Everybody else may not know it. I'm pulling this precept to show you that, just like the Ezekiel 37, showing you that the Lord allows your speech to travel, Salakia, beyond the realm of the confined spaces that you're in when you're making that speech. If he wasn't listening, why he tell us to pray for each other? Because what? We supposed to know the state of them that we labor with, right? We supposed to keep an eye out on the flock. We're supposed to do what? We're supposed to confess our sins one to another. This is verbal. Have you confessed your actual sins to the brothers that you labor with? Or have you sat back and said to yourself, you know what, I'll share this, but I can't tell them about that. Because you still got some things you probably be ashamed of. You can live with the Lord knowing it. But I ain't ready to tell the brothers about this yet. Depending on what the situation is, the Lord, if your brothers and y'all that you laboring with, if y'all are tight-knit like that, you think I don't know the type of spirit that you operate out of after I've been around you for 4 years? I know when you come in, as soon as you walk through the door, what's wrong with you? Oh, no, man, I'm good. Negro, quit lying. That ain't how you act, because when you walk in the room, you come in with a certain type of little bounce to your walk. You got a certain type of smile on your face, but you just came in and you kind of barely making eye contact. You speaking barely above. But what brothers can tell, man. That's spiritual. Now, how can I tell? Maybe it ain't nothing wrong with you. Maybe you just tired, but even still, that's not your normal energy and spirit that you move in. And I'm saying it's just to say that the people you labor with are paying attention to you. They watching your body language. They looking at how you're interacting. But that's a spiritual thing. And the Lord is showing us with these last couple of precepts that there is nothing done in secrecy. And even if you think it's in secrecy, I, the Lord, saw it because it was spiritual. And also the left-hand side saw it too because it was spiritual. Now, which one of those two are going to act on what you did or what you said? But we know that it's all coming from the Lord either way it go. Right? So if you found moving in the spirit of the Lord, let's get John 9:31.
John, this is the book of John, chapter 9 and verse 31. Now we know that God heareth not sinners, but if any man be a worshiper of God and doeth his will, him he heard.
See that? It didn't say that we know that God heareth not those who are praying to me. He said he ain't listening to no sinners. Don't matter if they praying or not. But Satan listening to them sinners. And he'll increase them in their wickedness. He said, but if any man be a worshiper of God and do the Lord's will, him he hear. So if you found moving righteously in the spirit of the Lord, there's a greater responsibility on you to be very discerning in what you say out of your mouth. That's why the Lord tell you to get your thoughts together before you come and pray to him. Don't come with vain and babbling. Right? Like you see the Christian, oh Lord, thank you for my shoes. Thank you for my toes. Thank you for my ankles. Thank you for the shin bones that hold up my ankles. And thank you for my knee bone. Oh, thank you for my thigh bone, hip bone. You breaking down the whole damn anatomy of the body. Thinking that's babbling. Lord, just thank you for the anointing of my body, keeping me in good health. Right? Keep it simple. Keep it concise is what the Lord tell you. You don't have to go into this full-blown lighting the candles, got the whole menorah lit up. You got Frankie and Murr just blowing all over the room, okay? Lights down low. You the one that put on your sackcloth, got frankincense and myrrh ash all over your head. Hey, man, that ain't the only time the Lord is listening to you when you are moving in the spirit. He's listening to you at all times. Hey, you a judge down here. Judging starts with accusations. And man, that brother was picking up sticks on the Sabbath. The first line of judgment is you seeing the offense and you approaching that brother and you rebuking that brother, reproving that brother, and then exhorting that brother. Then you have the liberty to go and tell what happened to the body. And that's a twofold situation because according to Leviticus 5, if you see something, you have to say something. But it's a delicate situation in handling and balancing the law. Because some people will see it and they run the strict and go and tell. But you have an obligation to that brother or that sister first before you run and go and tell. You have to go to that brother and that sister and confront them about the wrongdoing. Give them a chance to give you a justifiable reason for what they were doing. That's the way it should go in a righteous manner. But if they refuse that reproof that you're approaching them with, now you commanded to go and get 2 or more witnesses. And if that person rejects that, now you're commanded to go and get the church, go get the elders. And if that person still rejects it, now you treat them like a Republican. You put them outside the body. And this is when Leviticus 5 kicks in. Now you have to let the whole nation know what that person is guilty of. So that that person can't call, well, yeah, I didn't approve of how they dealt with the council in HOI, and so I'm leaving. Even though you were bogus. So you're going to leave. And if senior men of HOI don't let it be known to the rest of the nation what you were guilty of, you're able to take that same unrighteous spirit and go into another camp's innkeeping and spread that same malicious behavior over there. Because nobody warned them that this brother is disrespectful. He has no respect for elders and leadership. He's a talebearer, he's a backbiter, whoremonger, Sabbath breaker, or whatever the case may be. All right? Get 1 Peter 3 and 12.
God, this is the book of 1 Peter, chapter 3, and verse 12, and it reads, For of the Lord's eyes are over the righteous, and his ears are open unto their prayers. But the face of the Lord is against them that do evil.
Hey man, you an Israelite by way of keeping these commandments and the knowledge of them. You ain't supposed to be moving in wickedness. So therefore, by default, the Lord is watching you. He's paying attention to everything you do. Israel has gotten so caught up in just rebuking every damn thing, killing brothers and sisters with the precepts, right? Using the word, this sword unto the death of their own people. So much caught up in just rebuking against the heathens and telling them when the Lord come, all y'all is going to get put to death, all y'all going to change you, your damn kids, this, that, and the third. That Israel forgot that the Lord eye is on you first. Judgment is going to start at Israel first. With all those brothers who hold leadership positions, from elders on down to officers, on down to regular foot soldiers in this nation, the judgment is going to start with y'all first, with us first. What is this a call for? This is a call for truth and sincerity, man. That's what that examine yourself is about. No one should have to rebuke you. You should already be lamenting and making reconciliation. Brother may see it and say, hey, brother, I could tell you struggling with blah, blah, blah. I once had that same problem, man. What are you doing to deal with it, Ak? Have you talked to any other brothers about it, Ak? Brothers don't like to admit that's the pride thing. You think so you so well versed in the scriptures that you above going and telling another brother what you're struggling with. Right? But you're not thinking that you're committing a sin. You're stopping your brothers. You're being a stumbling block to your brothers when you do that. How you figure that, Minister Nadiv? Because you're not allowing your brothers to bear your burden, which they're commanded to do. You're not confessing your sins one to another, which you're commanded to do. Suffering, and you're suffering sin upon them by way of those precepts or the lack thereof implementation. You gotta watch how we use this, how we yield this word, man. So we know that even your thoughts can provoke unrighteousness in the spiritual world. It can provoke wickedness, wicked spirits to become active. And it's crazy, Shemaiah, because I think you went to James 3. Get James 5 and 16. Huh?
So, this is the book of James, chapter 5, and verse 16. Confess your faults one to another. Pray one for another, that you may be healed. The effective, fervent prayer of a righteous man availeth much.
See that? You could be so downtrodden in your sin or in your situation that the Lord might not be dealing with you at that moment. But your pride might make you feel like you like Saul, man. When the Lord took his spirit back from Saul, the pride of Saul wouldn't allow him to hear that. You still got brothers and sisters running around here, long live the house of Saul. But you know that the Lord is not dealing with you at that moment. Nobody else got to tell you. You know you just committed a grievous act against the Lord, and it's a chance he ain't dealing with you. But you rather have brothers come around you and long live the brothers, long live Saul. That's literally brothers going against the Most High God in ignorance because they don't know that the Lord ain't dealing with you. They didn't know the Lord wasn't dealing with Saul. Saul knew, but yet you still got people promoting you, promoting your house, standing by your side, ready to go to war. When David fought Goliath, the Lord wasn't dealing with Saul at the time. But everybody was there on behalf of Saul. And now, even in that situation, in that scenario, the Lord is still controlling all of that. Because he'll take that high position and use you as an example, just to show everybody else equal to your position and everybody less than you that there is no respectful person with the Lord. And if it can happen to somebody that's of a high stature like that, then what do you think is going to happen to someone of a lower stature? Or someone who understands the law but is willingly sinning against the law? Someone who's making excuses. Yeah, the Lord will forgive you. But you know what? That forgiveness means nothing. When the left-hand side get an earful of whatever that situation is, you just open up a playground for them. So I go through things, I deal with certain things in my spirit, right? Sometimes I'm able to tell exactly what I'm dealing with from a spiritual perspective. And brothers be gathering, I'll be like, no, I'm gonna fall back, man. I'm dealing with some spiritual things. I don't really understand the spirit that I'm dealing with right now. You know what I'm saying? So I'm not gonna come around the brothers. No, I'm there with y'all in spirit. And brothers be like, oh man, that's what you probably need to be around the brothers. And I get that zeal and your love for me, but hear me. I don't understand the spirit I'm dealing with. So I wouldn't feel comfortable bringing that spirit amongst a bunch of brothers when I don't know what brothers is dealing with. That spirit may not be gaining no ground with trying to break through my spiritual protection, but he's sitting there chiseling away. And then I come show up at a gathering with brothers, and you got some brothers that ain't as girded up as me, struggling. And he look over at him and, oh, I ain't got to beat down your doors. Your brother over there wide open. Brothers leave that function, leave that gathering and go home. And after a day or two, that damn spirit to set up shop. And now brother is having all type of calamities and misfortunes starting to take place, beefing with his rib, right? Damn attitude come up on him, like you never know what type of spirit it is. So you have to give yourself room to pray and fast and allow the Lord to show you what you're dealing with. And you do that by, analyzing yourself. Analytics, right? So we see murmuring, backbiting, tale-bearing, right? Bearing false witness. All those things can bring a judgment up on a brother or sister. Prime example, let's get Job 1 and go to verse 12.
Oh, this is the book of Job, chapter 1, and verse 12. And the Lord said unto Satan, behold, all that he hath is in thy power, only upon himself. Put now forth thy hand. So Satan went forth from the presence of the Lord.
All right. Now we know why he did this. Okay. Some people, they don't understand, they struggle with that. Like, why would he gamble with Job like that? Okay, with Job being the upright, perfect man who hated evil, eschewed evil like the Lord say he did. But Job had one inconsistency. right? He had 7 sons and he had 3 daughters, and his children were going to hell off, right? When you go back and you read like verses 4 and 5, you read that his sons then was celebrating their damn birthdays. Okay? And what did the Job do? When you read verse 5, Job prayed about it, and he said that he feared that his sons may have sinned against God or even cursed God. You can't pray for the unrighteous and the wicked, man. That's like getting in the way of the Lord's judgment and his punishment. That's why he allowed Satan to come down there and tamper with everything that Job had. That's why the first assault he took against him was to kill his children. That was the judgment of the Lord. Y'all are making idols out of yourselves. Y'all dealing in idolatry. Not only that, y'all doing this in the house of your father, and your father is a law-keeping servant of mine. Okay? And y'all disrespecting him. The Lord say, vengeance is mine, right? So you don't need to get your lick back when you're moving in the spirit. You deal compassionately with that person in their ignorance against you. And that just increases the judgment and the punishment that the Lord is going to bring against them. But that's not a win when you get did wrong by somebody and then in an act of vengeance, you get a punishment for revenging yourself. Right? The problem with that is when you scoop down to a lower level to match someone's energy, you may not never be able to come back up from that lower level. Most of us growing up, we are not taught communication skills. We have not been taught conflict resolution. Man, everybody not going to agree with you. That doesn't mean that we have to be at war with each other. And we're commanded to not be at war with our brothers and our sisters. Assume that every infraction that we have with each other is a misunderstanding. So I'm going to go and talk to that brother. I want to go and talk to that sister and extend the olive branch of peace. How dare me have this hatred in my blood towards my brother or my sister that I'm saying, I hope the Most High kill you. But then turn right around and I'm hollering, call halal Yahweh Bashem Yahweh Shai, and you asking him to bless you. You're asking him to have mercy on you. So even we can assume that even when you go back and read verse 5 and find out, right, what was going on, that we can assume that Job's prayer might have brought forth that judgment, because in him making the statement out of his mouth that it may be that my sons have sinned and cursed God in their hearts, right? Thus did Job continually. So this is something that he's constantly saying out of his mouth. That means it's vexing his spirit. Him being an upright man in the eyes of the Lord, you think the Lord ain't finna be all ears? What's going on with my servant over there? Why is his spirit all jacked up like that? Who dealing with him wrong? Then he find out, oh, his own kids, unruly, huh? Not only is they disrespecting him, they disrespecting me. Put him to death. So this is safe to say Job's prayer brought that death upon his children, but that's that double-edged sword again. Okay? Because when he swung that sword in the form of a prayer or a lamentation against their acts, the other end of that, the other blade that was sliced him as well, because he lost his children. His fortitude was called into play in regards to his true faith in the Lord. Now he's being propagated to to curse the Lord and blaspheme and all of that, the laws. And he said, hey, man, the Lord gave them to me, the Lord took them. Right? Most of our people don't think like that. You talk about Joseph, right? Talk about Daniel. Talk about Samuel. Talk about Moses. Talk about Ezra. Talk about Elisha. Jehu, and with the exception of Jehu, to the point I'm about to make, but the Lord dealing with these people. Think about all of them during the conflicting times of physical wars and oppression that our people went to. It was the verbal warfare that came from these brothers' mouths to the Lord that allowed them to be valiant men of war on the behalf of Israel. All right. Some to the point that the Lord listened to their words so much that he opened up the third heavens and showed them the beginning to the end. That's why they were able to become so mighty. They watched their words. They chose their words very wisely. Even when Yahushua came down here and he was being provoked to nigger man behavior, he maintained his decorum. Right? He didn't match the wicked energy of the people around him that were not moving in the spirit, whether they were Israelites or not. He had compassion first on them, right? He with the five brothers who was about to stone the adulterous woman, right? You without sin could cast the first stone. Because not only were they ready to physically act, they had already made the verbal act of war, the accusation, which provoked the action. So it starts in the spiritual realm, but then you're able to take what's spiritual and bring it into this physical world by way of speaking it, writing it down, brings it in, writing it on paper, brings it into a physical world. Look at all your rappers, right? They do all this rapping and writing about killing and sleeping with everybody, women, and kill this and kill that, and some of them rap about how they gonna die. They put it out there spiritually, and it comes right back to them. Right? Just like that C we just read, the words come right back to them, and it happens. They end up dying exactly the way they wrote it out, because what you're saying, you start to believe it over time. If you say it long enough, you start to believe it. That's indoctrination, right? Hearing it over and over again. What was we talking about early on, right? When we was talking about the convenience, right? Hearing something continuously is like a form of convenience. The more you hear it, you start to believe it. The bad habit starts to formulate. Right. So it's important that we speak life, you know what I'm saying, into our brothers and sisters, directly or indirectly. Right. Let's get 2 Kings 2:24.
Oh, in the book of 2 Kings, chapter 2, and verse 24. And he turned back and looked on them and cursed them in the name of the Lord. And there came forth 2 she-bears out of the wood, and 40 and 2 children of them.
No respect to person. Right? Elisha spoke death, and the Lord allowed 2 bears to kill 40 people. You mean to tell me while those 2 bears were eating or killing 2 people, none of those 40 were able to run and get away? Because the judgment that came out from the lamentation, the lamentation that man put forth in his prayer. When the Lord looked forward at the words he was speaking and looked at his character and found him to be in good standings with him, the Most High avenged him. He brought judgment on them children. So this is why we got to watch what we say out of our mouths. Now, I'll give it. You are here perpetrating the fraud. Okay, if you one of them Jude 1 and 4, Galatians 2 and 4 type of Israelites who just sneak in amongst us to spy out our liberties and really trying to tear us down from the inside by making us look bad in the eyes of the media or whoever, whatever, then I don't see you caring what you say out of your mouth. But if you sincerely serving the Most High to the best of your ability with truth and sincerity, then you have to think about how you're representing the Lord. Like Gabar said all the time, we're the direct representation of the Most High down here. Most High is not a man that he should lie. The Most High is a man of infinite wisdom. So if I'm a representation of him, I need to be presenting myself as such. Okay? The Lord said that what he say would not come back void. Be a man of your word. Yea be yea, nay be nay. I deal with my son.
Salaki,
When he's asking me something.
Is it just me? Because I can't hear your audio anymore, thing.
Mine? Let me see. Yeah, my mic's still on. Can you hear me now?
You have a bad signal or something. Salaki, can you hear me?
I can hear you. Can you hear me now?
Can anybody else hear Nadiv?
Oh, I can hear him.
Say again?
Oh, I can hear him.
You can hear him?
Now I can hear him. I mean, he was kind of going in and out. Now he's sounding fine to me.
Okay,
Yeah,
Nadiv, do a test.
Can you hear me?
Okay, I can hear you now. I can hear you now.
Okay, yeah, I don't know what that is.
Yeah, I think your signals start getting choppy. Maybe your internet connection.
Yeah, that I don't never use it. I'm on my data because I know my internet over here is jacked up in this area, so I ain't even log into it. I'm on my phone data. I'm running straight off of that.
But I can hear you now, King.
But we good? We good now?
Yeah, I can hear you again.
Okay. God, all praises. So yeah, like like I always say, man, we're a direct representation of the Most High. There is no second best, man. You don't get a second chance to make the first impression. All right. And if you down here and you're speaking with the oracles of the Most High, you can't be teaching that and you're not living that on all levels. One of the things that we always talk about is that, yeah, we'll go out and we'll rebuke and we'll say this and we'll say that. But the moment that the Lord turned the fire up on us and our trials and tribulations, we don't tell ourselves the same thing that we would rebuke someone else and say to them. You don't tell yourself that. Okay, you become biased towards your own self. You don't rebuke yourself as sharply as you would another brother or another sister. Okay, and you can't move like that. You have to give yourself that same harsh rebuke and treatment. Because when the Lord hear you rebuking yourself, that's when he'll start to increase you, because he knows now that you understand the error in your ways and you're asking him to increase you, to allow you to come out of whatever that state is that you're in. Like sometimes Israel think that, just because you came into this truth that like life is just instantly gonna be better, when it's really the opposite. The moment you came into this truth, you signed up for life to get worse for you. Why do you say that? Because to your physical body and your physical mind, Everything about the Lord is contrary. Your whole life is about to be turned upside down. These are the things that a lot of people struggle with, is connecting themselves from that world, especially your family members. I believe every person that's been in this truth over a year have gone through that phase where they got to the point where it became known to them that they have to cut themselves off from their family. And that's probably one of the biggest struggles that hold people back from coming into this truth. They don't want to be, ostracized for the Lord's sake. So they'll compromise their Israelite status. They'll go around their nigga man family and still partake in the behaviors and the rituals. But you haven't girded yourself up. You haven't became strong enough to be around those demons. So those temptations are still, they very much a real threat to your early stages of your development as a keeper of these laws. You need that time away from them. And gather with the like-minded brothers and sisters that's already doing the walk that you're about to embark upon. This is the time you need to be communicating and learning the ways of an Israelite. So that once you're girded up and you understand the spirits that you're fighting and how to apply these scriptures as weapons of defense, then you can go and be around certain people again, because you won't be susceptible to their temptations. You won't be susceptible to their speech. Right? And you have to be careful with the people that you're letting come into your home. People bring spirits in your home and want to sit there and you just say things like, I know you in the truth, but your girl ain't in the truth. To a degree, she's pleased to dwell with you. And it could be vice versa. It can be your guy, because we've had this situation where it was a sister and her guy wasn't in the truth. But y'all share a space. You trying to serve the Lord, but your counterpart, they still doing worldly activities in the same place that you dwell in. How do you gird yourself against that? Right? What are the physical acts? No. In that situation, your spirit needs to be in top shape to be able to live with a damn demon. Because truth be honest, according to the scriptures, if they don't serve the Most High, then they serve Satan. So technically, whether they please to dwell with you or not, they become no different than any other strangers that dwelt amongst us from the heathen. You're going to be around us, you're going to keep these laws and these commandments. But yet you don't pray to my God, though. So I don't know how your prayers are working against mine. I'm praying for things to get me to the kingdom, and your girl or your guy, they praying for a damn lottery ticket to win, so they can go on a Cancun trip. They still building up worldly treasures. These are prayers. They not praying for the same things that you're praying for. Right? And we know in the world when communication fails to exist, oh, yeah, the police on their way. Somebody done got stabbed. Somebody done got shot. So if we can see from a physical standpoint how even their thoughts are coming from the spiritual world, it's coming from the left-hand side. If we see it playing out in front of us, what makes us think that that same behavior does not apply to us as Israelites in this truth? The problem is it's worse for us because we know better. So I feel some type of way when I hear my brothers telling me that they're being called, I'm gonna just say it, bitches and hoe ass niggas. And the Lord, I pray the Lord come and kill you, nigga, and all your seeds along with you, for you pass that corrupt ass behavior down to them, right? That's unbecoming of an Israelite. That's unacceptable speech, and I'm gonna just keep it plain and way too funky. That's the type of speech that, nigga, the next gathering when I see you, I'm gonna knock your damn teeth out your mouth. Because you took it, now you're assassinating my manhood and my character. Every brother, ask yourself, man. Every sister, ask yourself, what is the bar of speech that you can tolerate before you feel like you have to re-invoke your nigga man? I'm gonna have to lay my Hebrew Israelite down to the side for a minute. You done messed up now. You done said the wrong words. You could have said anything but that. Now we got to fight. Is there an acceptable time that I defend the nigger man in me? Or do I maintain my spiritual decorum? Because that spirit, that wicked side of me deserves every person that it get. Why am I defending the wicked side of me? Some may perceive that as if you have not let go of that old person fully. That person should be a shameful act upon you. Just to mention that person should make you feel some type of way. I know me personally, when I was early in that stage and was going around my family members and they wasn't calling me Nadiv, they were still calling me by my worldly name, still want to talk conversations at me, you know, to provoke me in ways that they knew that I would usually be provoked when I was old. I felt the highest level of disrespect because I know I've changed. I know I'm not that person no more, but y'all don't respect it. So y'all going to keep on disrespecting me? Well, the other way of looking at that is that's the Lord doubling down and confirming from their side, nigga, stay away. Separate yourself from them. And then you don't have to deal with the wicked speech. I don't want to sit there and listen to y'all have these conversations about homosexuality because I got a sister that's into that. I don't want to listen to you talking about how you lusting after another damn woman. Got cousins that's homosexual jakes. Negro, ain't nothing me and you got to talk about other than you converting from what it is you doing. Because we don't like the same things. And if you like any Israelite when you first come into the truth, you might know 3 precepts. And if your zeal is up, you rebuking the hell out of everybody in your family with them 3 precepts, and those 3 precepts ain't got nothing to do with what you rebuking them about. But that's all you know, damn it, and that's what you using. So I feel when I'm around my Israelites, I should not have to be subjected with that type of communication. Evil communication, corrupt communication. The vexation of my spirit when I'm hearing this coming from my brothers make me not want to be a part of the Israelite community. Now I can understand how some people have walked away from the camps and went back to trying to be individual lights. And ultimately they end up falling out of the truth because they don't have that spiritual connection to their brothers that help keep them strong. And if you've burnt all the bridges, you really got nobody to go back to when you go back in the world. So you rather go back and wear the shame and listen to the ridicule and the mockery of your wicked nigga man families and friends just so you can be accepted back in because you didn't have the fortitude to deal with the rebuke that came from brothers in righteousness. So you choose Satan over the Lord. And all this starts because of speech. Vocal warfare, man. All right. Now we spoke on it. If the Most High perceives your speech to be lamenting, and look on the matter and bring judgment upon your brothers or sisters for the vexation of your spirit, why? Let's get Deuteronomy. Get 2 Corinthians 10:3. Did we read that Kings already? 2:24.
I read the first part, but not the second part of the scripture.
All right, you can go ahead and finish it out. But you got the point. I know we read it, and there came forth the 2 she-bears in the woods and tear the 40 children. Yeah, we good. Get Mark 9:25.
This is the book of Mark, chapter 9, and verse 25. When Yahushua saw that the people came running together, he rebuked the foul spirit, saying unto him, Thou dumb and deaf spirit, I charge thee, come out of him, and enter no more into him.
Now, hold it right there. Now, we know that the Most High created all spirits, and you only got one spirit within you, which is the spirit of the Lord. Now, it's either from his right-hand side or his left-hand side. Now, some people feel like, oh, well, you got multiple spirits on you, so it's as if the Lord pulled them out and you're going to have 30 spirits lined up side by side. These are the different offices of a spirit. The same way a person can go through many different phases of emotions, well, these spirits that the Lord create, they embody different behavior patterns. Okay, you take someone who watches porn, right? You got the freak off spirit on you. That spirit ultimately leads to you trying out stuff you see on there. Before you know it, it didn't increase. You're a pervert now. Now you're sneaking around watching people. Next thing you know, you're fondling on people. It's the same spirit, but it just elevates. Before you know it, you done rape somebody, or you trying out acts of homosexuality, be it you man or a woman, because you're chasing after a lustful feeling. You know, and I think most brothers who had that whoremonger spirit on them, you know, they know what that feel like. Not probably from the homo side, but that insatiable lust that never got fulfilled. So that's why you constantly chasing after different women. It's like a drug addict chasing after that very first high, but you'll never be able to get that high again. So you go from smoking weed to lacing your weed with crack on it. That ain't strong enough. Now you run through that. Next thing you know, now you're tooting heroin, all right, smoking meth. You just graduate. So it's the same thing with these spirits. The Lord told him, come out of him, you dumb and deaf spirit. Right? We know that's a mute, someone who can't hear, someone who can't speak. So you think about people that's coming up, growing up, and he's deaf. So that's a spirit on him. He's dumb. He's a mute. He can't speak. That's a spirit on him. Makes me wonder what type of things will come out of the mouth of that spirit that the Lord had to mute it. Right? And we know that he tells you about that in Corinthians when you're speaking in tongues, speaking in different languages. You need an interpreter. But the Lord took your ability to hear and speak. So he said, I charge you come out of him and enter no more into him. How did the spirit get there in the first place? Judgment. The other key thing that we have to remember in everything that we do, every act is an act that is sanctioned by the Most High. His understanding is not ours. His purposes is not out for us to understand why he do the things he do. Your job is to do the diligent search and find the lesson in it. And then you teach that lesson so no one else makes those mistakes. Everything here is for our learning's sake, right? All things work for the good of Israel. And that's talking about those of us that keep the commandments. Read verse 26.
Verse 26. And the spirit cried and rent him sore and came out of him. And he as one dead, insomuch that many said, he is dead.
Right? That spirit came off of him. That his member had become mortified because he wasn't dead, but the way that spirit left him exhausted, that he laid there like he was dead. So we got to understand that because we are a spirit, we behind enemy lines when we come into this truth. You don't have a control over the spirit that you were operating in when you come into this truth. So yes, you're going to always be able to bring that negative nigga man energy out of you until you learn to subdue that spirit that's within you that's moving in unrighteousness. That's you have to repent, and you have to keep these laws and commandments. You have to fast. You have to keep these feast days. But in doing all of that, you need to be around like-minded people. That's why the Lord told you 2 are better than 1. So like it. You can't do it by yourself. By yourself, you don't even know you have that spirit on you. To you, you think you're you. I'm just me. Until someone else points it out and says, you're off as hell. And just think, at that moment is the moment that the Lord decided to say it's time to bring you into the acknowledgement of your sinful ways. It's time for you to acknowledge that the spirit that's on you needs a rebirth. We don't have Yahweh Shai on the scene to pull spirits off of us like that. But he told us with this word, we can do it. But you have to be found in total compliance with the scriptures as they are, to the best of your ability and understanding, in order to tap into your spiritual powers. Did Yahweh Shai grab him and pull that spirit off of him? No. Did Yahweh Shai beat him and knock him out to get the spirit to leave because it need a functioning host? No. Verbal warfare. He verbally pulled that spirit off of that brother. He rebuked it. And he still lived. It's very sensitive, man. Because on one end, you're saying, well, the spirit of life that's in us, that's the spirit of the Lord. Yes. It's only one spirit in you. But why did the Lord give me the side of his spirit that's unfruitful? The scare tactic is you should be thinking, once that's made known to you that you moving off as hell, and then you probably know you're doing it. But the scare tactic of it is that you should be saying that right there to yourself. Why he give me this portion of the spirit? Let me pray. Let me fast. So he could take that spirit up off of me. You think Saul, and I'm talking about the Saul that became Paul this time, you think that man thought he was wrong when he was running around here in his zeal killing Israelites? No. He literally believed with his every fiber of his being that he was doing the work of the Lord. But on that road to Damascus, when the Lord spoke to him, why you crucify me? I ain't did nothing to you. You killing my people. That's crucifying me. Because you're killing people that are truly actually trying to serve me. And you have a delusion on you that you think you're serving me. Now he's making it known to him that you're not moving in my spirit. I'm going to sit you down for 3 days. And then when I give you the eyes to see and the actual ears to hear, that's inside the spiritual realm. Once he gave every last one of us eyes and ears to actually see and hear from the spiritual perspective of things, you don't look at the world the same no more. You don't operate in the world the same no more. It was only then. Why? Because after that reawakening, all the shameful, disgusting, bogus acts that he created, he got to go back now and face all those people. This is where the humility, the humbling comes in at. All the verbal accusations and everything that he did and the judgments that he put up on people, killing them, he got to go all over the country now and rectify all of that. So bad that he had 3 brothers who fasted. They probably fasted to death because them Negroes said, we fasting and ain't going to break our fast until we kill Paul, till we kill him. That's off wicked. Okay, that's the same as a brother talking about, I hope the Lord kill you and your kids. All right. So you see that unrighteous spirit that will have you saying things out of your mouth. One, you should be praying to the Lord to take that spirit off of you because it's unprofitable and it's unfruitful. And if any brothers around you are witness to that, receive and respect the rebuke that they bring your way. And brothers supposed to have the fortitude to do that. Even if it's an elder. Elder, can I talk to you in private? I just want to bring to your attention, it was some things you said and I might have misinterpreted them, but this is how it sounded when I heard you say it. And I just wanted to let you know that maybe it's my understanding that may be off. Now that it's just me and you talking about it, can you elaborate a little bit more for me so that I can understand your point? That's a humbling act, man. Pride won't let you confront someone. I'm taking it exactly how that Negro said it. I'm taking it exactly the way how you presented it to me. That's what it is. Man, people speak in ignorance all the time. The Lord seals our instructions. We have to stop taking judgment out on the physical person that we see and understand that we're fighting a spiritual war. And the things that we say out of our mouth, they prompt the things that we do. And all things are done at the behesting of the Lord for his purpose. We're here to serve the Lord and do his will. I propose to brothers and sisters, let's have a day on social media where all we do is post nothing but exhortation towards each other. With the exception of my precept, not one precept from nobody went up for those that be on Facebook like that. But I'm saying this to people that I see on Facebook all day long, every single day. If I have to take your memes and your stuff as for your verbal connotation, then I see Israel on there all day long. Got plenty to say about all the wicked and the negative stuff. Got plenty of comments. But you don't love your brothers and sisters enough that you could spend a day away from all the negative stuff and just post positive reaffirmation scriptures that's going to help brothers get through their day. You rather just add to their stress, send them 1,000 rebuke scriptures, right? But there's no exhortation going out. None whatsoever, huh? Let's get Deuteronomy 32 and 35 up. No, matter of fact, you know what? Get 2 Corinthians 10 and 3.
Come, this is the book of 2 Corinthians, chapter 10 and verse 3. For though we walk in the flesh, we do not war after the flesh.
Right? That ties right into our weapons of war, not carnal. Is it acceptable for me to provoke an Israelite brother or sister to the point that we got to start fighting with each other? I don't know if y'all just seen the video circulating around one of the brothers in the damn hospital. Half his face busted open with stitches all in it, and his arm looked like it's been broken 3-4 places. Another Israelite did that to him. Another Hebrew Israelite brother split this brother, another Israelite brother face open and broke his arm in multiple places. That's acceptable behavior, huh? That's the message that we're sending to America, that we're building a nation inside of y'all nation, and we're going to still act the same way we acted when we were in your nation. That doesn't sound like set apart to me. That sounds like a bunch of niggas who still serve America hiding behind Bible verses. You can't justify that. Even if you try to say, oh, that brother was about to attack me, you still can't justify it. Neither one of y'all, because it never supposed to come to a physical altercation between us. We're men. We don't deal with those type of emotions. We are commanded by the social order of laws, statutes, and commandments that govern us on a social level, right? Sociology, the study of human behavior. Our sociology comes from the Bible. It tells us how to deal with each other. That we don't come to fights, to blows with each other. That I got to go get half the side of my face stitched up. That could have killed that brother. It's right here by his temple. You could have killed the brother. You done broke his arm in 3 places. You could have, one of them bones could have severed a main artery. You could have killed the brother. For what? Because y'all are acting out of an emotional, effeminate state of communication. This ain't no shade towards none of the little groups that brothers like to be on, like with on these damn clubhouses and all of that type of stuff. I personally, I got on there. I didn't like the energy, the spirit that was on there, because I don't see the point in a bunch of learned brothers on here arguing back and forth over lessons. Go teach somebody who don't know nothing. And you got brothers on here. All you brothers, we know y'all know the law. Y'all all got camps. Y'all all at camp. What are y'all on here talking about? And then y'all don't leave with no type of understanding towards each other. Everybody leave the damn platform holding fast to their knowledge. This is why we can't come together. Because I guarantee you, okay, we're acting no different than Christians. They got 7-day Adventists, they got Lutherans, Episcopalians, all right? They got Jehovah's Witnesses, Baptists, Mormons. They got all these different denominations. But we supposed to stand before them and act like we any different than them with all these different camps. All these different camps is no different than saying damn Christian, Baptist, Mormon, Lutheran. Why? Because all these different camps got the same problem that all of them got. Their degrees of differences in doctrine. Because I can guarantee you when the Lord wrote his doctrine, that is this Bible, he didn't write it with all those degrees of separation. And the brother will tell me, oh, well, you know, we rehearsing the righteous acts. The Lord gonna give everybody the understanding when he got here. That does not depreciate the fact that we all can have the understanding of what we do have. We do have the book. So therefore, we need to be digging and searching harder to make sure that we all share the same understanding from this book. Because this book not tell you to have multiple camps with different understandings about it. You're a damn Christian. You might well put over each camp, go ahead, which one is you? Lutheran, 7-day Adventist? Now, I'm going to just keep it 1,000. Our Elder Zabak, he made the effort. He tried. In all his humility and all his power that he had within the nation, he tried to get other camps to understand that and come together. But the pride on them brothers, they don't want to depreciate away from their understanding. And this is coming from me, someone who harps on that all the time, telling brothers, look, the Lord gives everybody their own understanding. That's according to your walk, how you are to proceed in your walk. But the rules of the walk, which is the commandments, is the same. There's more than one way to get to the same understanding. How are we taking all these different routes and nobody's ending up with the same understanding? Communication is off. Some brothers don't even want to hear it. We don't associate ourselves with no other Israelites, or we're the only ones with the whole truth. This is why brothers got to watch their damn mouth, man, when you speaking. You can't say you have the whole truth when the Bible says nobody has that. Until Yahweh shall return. So you calling the Lord and Yahweh shall a liar, huh? But you'll stand here in all your pride and go outside and try to rebuke somebody else when you're blaspheming the name of the Lord your damn self. The Lord told us to gather ourselves together, old nation not desired, but you're going to say, oh yeah, I'm an Israelite, but we don't deal with none of these other Israelite camps. So you basically going to tell the Lord to hell with what he told us. You're going to do what you want to do. And we'll decide it when Yahushua get back. And then we wonder why Israel is faced with all this turmoil. Because somehow we have started a verbal warfare via social media within our own ranks. Oh, my bad, Salaki. I hope the Lord come and we all get up out of here tomorrow, but just in case if we not, oh, brother, we're not getting out of here tomorrow, okay? We're not going to deceive ourselves. We'll be here for the next 30, 40, 50 years because of the way niggas is moving. Do you really think that Yahushua is on his way to come back and pull 50 different camps? Everybody got their own understanding. Niggas is around here fighting each other, half killing each other. He's not coming back to save none of that. Or brother, them might be the 2/3. They very damn well be, maybe. The problem is some of these people amongst us, they upper echelon. They have higher social status. And you know what they do? They put a stumbling block, they put a wall in front of fruit that probably should be coming into this thing to serve the Lord because they may be the hopeful elect. And you got people running to other denominations because they scared to come in here and be a part of this madness. I might as well stay in the world. You Negroes ain't even together. I hear it. We hear it at camp all the time. Brothers got to watch what they doing, because we don't supposed to walk after the flesh, man. We don't war after the flesh. Right? Go ahead, Doc. Read on.
Verse 4. For the weapons of our warfare are not carnal, but mighty through Yahweh to the pulling down of strongholds.
See that? And you see how that's an internal statement. Because brothers are resorting to carnal acts. And what stronghold are they pulling down? They pulling our own damn stronghold down. They're destroying everything that we're trying to build from within. That's counterproductive. And it's starting from filthy and evil communication. Israel is at camp, get into a fight, brothers instantly turn the cameras away. But you got some brothers that when those things start to happen with us fighting against our lesser learned brothers and sisters, they film it. So the Lord has to put the spirit on the Edomite to block it from their channel so it can't show. So you know what these wicked Negroes do? Well, I'm going to go start me a Patreon. Not only am I going to show this fight, but I'm going to charge people to be subscribed to my Patreon. So you Negroes is selling the word of the Lord for filthy lucre's sake by way of social media. Say you not. Because I guarantee you half you niggas' YouTube channel is monetized. So you're selling the word of the Lord, huh? And when the folly that gets you all the shares and likes that help increase your money gets shut down by Esau via the spirit of the Lord, you go and use another one of Esau's platform that'll let you show the madness. And you charge people for it. I can see why brothers and spirits is vexed. Over here, we pride ourselves on brotherhood. We try our damnness in HOI to be brotherly. And has that came back and bit us in the ass a few times? Yeah, it has. You've been around long, you know, yeah, it has. But how did that deter us from still moving in a brotherly manner without? No, it didn't. Brothers went through the proper channels, got up with other elders, sat down, talked with them, and at the very least, we had to take the part of treat them like a publican. If brothers refuse to get right, then okay, those are brothers. We love them. We ain't got nothing bad to say about it, but we ain't gonna deal with them brothers on their terms. Because them same brothers can still walk past us and we gonna shalom them, we gonna greet them with the holy kiss and all that. Whereas I've seen some of these camps, some of these brothers walk past us and act like we ain't even there. But we are part of the same nation. Read verse 5, King.
Con, verse 5. Casting down imaginations and every high thing that exalted
No,
itself.
not no, some high things.
Con, on every high thing that exalted itself against the knowledge of Yahweh, and bringing into captivity every thought to the obedience of Yahweh.
See that? Everything, every imagination, that's spiritual. That's within the mindset. Now, which one of those mindsets are you using? Are you using the physical mindset of the flesh, or are you using the spiritual mindset of the Most High? Right? Bringing these things down that exalt themselves against the knowledge of the Lord. Now, that's an internal fight. You know when your thoughts go against thus say the Lord. You're going to allow yourself to convince yourself that because I can pull a couple of precepts that may sound like to an ignorant ear that I'm justified in saying what I'm going to say when I've already been commanded not to speak evil. Your revenge don't always come in the form of you balling up your fist punching somebody. You get your revenge by verbally assassinating someone's character. All right? Let's get Deuteronomy 32 and 35.
Con, this is the book of Deuteronomy, chapter 32 and verse 35. To me belongeth vengeance and recompense. Their foot shall slide in due time, for the day of their calamity is at hand, and the things that shall come upon them that make haste. So like that make haste.
To me belong vengeance and recompense. You see that? To the Lord belongs vengeance and payback. Their foot shall slide in due time, and the day of their calamity is at hand, and the thing that shall come upon them makes haste. I mean, we don't have to verbally assassinate our brothers' characters. What we got going on right now within our nation, you have very prominent brothers being trampled over because of what's going on in their personal lives. Their personal life is supposed to reflect the spiritualness that they present to the world. But brothers is human. Brothers is at the mercy of the way the Lord allowed their spirits to move. Now, am I saying that the Lord is giving people a pass to sin? No. That is of your own lust. That is of your own lust when you go the hell off. And especially for someone who has a position of authority in this nation. We can expect that type of behavior from babes, someone that's been in the truth 90 days, maybe a year, depending on how frequent you are able to be around the body of brothers and seeing the character in which we're supposed to act out and the way and being privileged to certain situations and seeing the way they're being handled. Maybe a year. Past that year, you have no excuse. The Lord does not give you a license to sin. The Lord's spirit that is on you and you're acting out of came by way of your lust. You wanted to respond in that way. And if a brother felt like he was rebuking you and he was rebuking you in righteousness and come to find out the things that you were doing were true, you don't get to go and do a video back against him. And now you want to tell everything he did. Why you didn't say nothing before he exposed you? That's why the Lord say, for their day of calamity is at hand. And the thing that shall come up on them is making haste. It's rapidly approaching you and you don't even know it. Because you're so worried about the physical eyes and the physical verbal communication from the people around you. And you think that you got them fooled. They're not at home with me. They don't know this. So I can just come around and Shalom and Khan and Kwam Yashala and all call halal and all that praising. And then go back home and you still moving in wickedness until the Lord steps in and exposes that spirit you operating out of. Read the next one.
Come, verse 36. For the Lord shall judge his people and repent himself for his servants.
The Lord, now
see,
Salakia, said the Lord shall judge his people. I'm troubled by the next line, and repent himself for his servants. Who the hell does the Most High got to answer to? The shame of you Negroes, that you put the Lord to shame, that you make him have to go and basically repent himself. He got to basically go and have a talk with himself about the behavior that those of y'all who he chose, who he knew before he put you in the womb. When you were created as a celestial being in the third heaven, the Lord had high hopes for you. Your word, his word already existed in you. And he get it. He winked at the time of your ignorance, which was the time of your growing up and being misled by the world and your family members. But when he rewoken you up and brought you back into this knowledge and the remembrance of who he was, who you were, and the keeping of his law, and now he got to go and have a sit down with himself. I see why he told Moses, I'm killing them niggas. All of them. Brothers and sisters, forget we're in the wilderness right now. We're in Egypt right now. We're in Sodom and Gomorrah right now. We're in modern day Babylon. We're in 4 damn places at one time right now. So yes, the Spirit of the Lord has to be strong. All of those places were individual locations. But now they're all rolled up into one location. That means the demonic, wicked spirit is stronger than it ever was in antiquity. Because at least they had to go in different locations to deal with that. But we're sitting here with all of those locations wrapped up in one. The oppression. It's mind-boggling. That's why the Lord told you, surely oppression makers a wise man mad. And we display that because we can see it. We can hear it. The oppression. It's like Oprah Winfrey and damn Color Purple, man. All my life I had to fight, but I never thought I had to fight in my own house. I get this behavior coming from the world. I never thought that it's supposed to exist inside of Israel, those of us keeping the law. So this is like a call to examine, man, yourself for your own salvation, for your own purposes. Be mindful of your speech and remind brothers of their speech. Through our speech, the invocation of our spiritual stance, We wage war. We cause judgments. We cause calamities to fall upon people, man. And of course, we don't give a damn about it happening to the heathen, but be extra cautious when you speaking about your brothers and your sisters before you be the one with that blood on your hand. All right? Get Romans 12 and start at verse 17.
Come, this is the book of Romans, chapter 12, and verse 17. Recompense to no man, evil for evil. Provide things honest in the sight of all men.
Damn, that's telling you not to be a talebearer. All right? Honest in the sight of all men. That's telling you not to be a damn liar, not to be a backbiter, not to go and make damn rebuke videos about your brothers in this truth and then put it on a platform for the whole world to be privileged of it. That's some low down, dirty snake behavior. And it's unrighteous behavior. Okay? When the damn heathen called themselves trying to come and help Nehemiah and them rebuild the temple, what did he tell them? Man, get y'all ass away from us. This ain't y'all business. Because they know that they're going to try to come and act like they're helping and actually sabotage. So what do you think you're doing when you rebuking and putting information about your brothers and your sisters on a public platform that the heathen control and have privilege to? You're giving them weapons against us. You showing them people amongst us who they can probably try to slide up next to and have them cats fed a rally against us. Not to mention some cats are informants, but we don't know who they are. But you showing the Lord, oh, that brother got an art with all his brothers. He's somebody we can try to lean on. We have to be responsible for each other. All right? Go ahead, read verse 18 and 19 2 hours.
Come, verse 18. If it be possible, as much as life in you, live peaceably with all men.
Yeah. With as much spirit you have in you, sometimes you just gotta let it go. You have to let it go. The Lord said, be angry, but sin not. You gotta let it go. The fact that you find yourself sitting there having a verbal conversation with yourself out loud, more than likely, especially if you're at home by yourself. You talking out loud to yourself. You hyping up the flesh about your sour taste in your mouth towards whatever the situation was. That's not living peaceably with all men. And don't forget, you're included in that. How can you love your brothers if you don't love yourself? How can you love the Most High if you don't love your brothers? How can you be at peace with anybody if you're not peaceful within yourself? So that conversation that you sitting there having, should I rebuke him? Should I say this? Should I say that? You shouldn't even be having that conversation. That brother wronged me. I'm going to go confront that brother or that sister. And then we'll go from there. Follow the protocol. It's here for a reason. But the fact that you can't follow that protocol, that's a telltale sign that you are still operating out of the old man, the nigger man, the worldly man, the person who's supposed to have been died off when you got your rebirth called in and you became an Israelite. You're not allowed to bring none of those worldly luggage over here with you. That's like a person physically dying and then come back to life. I don't want to come back to life and live the same life and do the exact same things that I did that got me killed. No, I'm going to do something different with this new life. That's the mindset you're supposed to have when you come into the truth. The Lord just gave me a fresh start. You don't understand how to yield this sword and get the encouragement and the coaching that you need out of these scriptures. Well, that's what you need elders for. That's what you need to be a part of a camp for, so that you can have access to senior men, more brothers and sisters that's more learned than you. Go ahead, King, verse 19.
Verse 19. Dearly beloved, avenge not yourselves, but rather give place unto wrath. For it is written, vengeance is mine, I will repay, saith the Lord.
Speaks for itself once again. And I get it, because when most people read that, they think revenge from a physical perspective. No. Revenge comes in the form of verbal as well. So just because you're not over there strangling or choking or punching and rolling around in the dirt and knocking furniture around, don't mean you're not still fighting against that brother or that sister. You're doing it from a verbal perspective. And I personally think that's worse than doing the physical fight, because you're invoking higher spiritual beings to get involved in that fight between the two of y'all. It's going to end bad. You got to remember, man, when you yield in this word, when you're speaking, you're yielding that two-edged sword. Get Ephesians 4 and 11.
This is the book of Ephesians, chapter 4, and verse 11. And he gave some apostles, and some prophets, and some evangelists, and some pastors and teachers.
Go on.
Verse 12. For the perfecting of the saints, for the work of the ministry, for the edifying of the body of Yahushua.
Go on.
Verse 13. Till we all come in the unity of the faith and of the acknowledgement of the Son of Yahweh unto a perfect man, unto the measure of the stature of the fullness of Yahushua.
So, what do you think we have elders for? What do you think you got senior men for? What do you think you got captains for and officers for? And even with the exception of the listed ranking positions of authority, you got other mighty brothers around you that have positions of authority by way of understanding the laws and commandments and the scriptures to help you. You struggling with dialoguing, go get someone that's more learned than you and say, brother, can you witness between me and this brother's conversation? I have an art with him and I want to address it. And I just want somebody there to be the mediator. You don't have to go and get the elders for that. Can't we deal with the smaller issues ourselves? I think that's a small issue between two brothers. Wasn't nobody else there when me and you had this altercation, so why me and you can't work this out? But just for the safety, let's get a mediator. And let's sit down and deal with this issue, right? Your apostles, your prophets, your evangelists, okay? But it said, till we all come in the unity of faith. We know that faith is your works. And we know that work is the keeping of these laws. And he's talking about until we all come into the unity of that. So they ain't saying you got to wait till Yahushua get here for all of us to be on the same page. We don't have to wait on Yahushua to get here for all of us to understand these scriptures and keep the law, statutes, and commandments that we understand. He didn't tell you in Matthew when he come back that he coming back to listen to niggas plead their case. He said when he come back, he's coming back with a sword. He ain't coming for peaceable conversation. He's coming to draw blood. I'm coming to kill the wicked of you damn Israelite. And then after y'all, I'm putting boot to ass to all the rest of the heathens and the rest of the world. That sounds like to me that there's something that we should all be on the same page with before he get here. Not study hollering, oh, we just rehearsing the righteous act. That's an excuse to justify why you're not keeping the law to the fullest extent that you're able to do so. You are not mortifying your members. You're not fasting and praying and asking the Lord to increase you in your stability in this walk. So you're stumbling over the scriptures in the process of trying to keep the law. And you justifying it by saying, oh, yeah, well, we just rehearsing the righteous acts. At some point, that dog, get the show go on. The show gonna start. So you gonna wait till the day of the show and then be like, oh, I got the steps down packed? No, because every show I've ever seen play, they rehearse, and then they do what's called dress rehearsals, where you go in and you actually do the play a couple of times before we present it to the world. Well, Israel, ain't none of that. We're rehearsing the righteous act. Negroes better get the act down packed and start living by the ways of the act. So when Yahweh Shai show up, you don't get your damn head knocked off your shoulders because you still rehearsing. He ain't coming back to hear your excuse. He's coming back to get those who kept the law, those who endured and kept the law until the end, not those who rehearsed the law to the end. He wouldn't tell you to keep the law and endure to the end if you couldn't do it. But you're telling the left-hand side, oh, well, I have a problem with commitment. So you know what they're going to do? They're going to go and get their biggest demonic spirit that rejects commitment and keep it lingering around you. Constantly tempt you with things that make you double back, make you return to the vomit, like it say. Take your hand off the plow looking back. That's what it's going to do to you. You can't lose sight, man, that you're Ephesians 6 and 12. You can't lose that sight that you're fighting against powers that are stronger than you. They're stronger than you. They've been around longer than you. They understand you and the spirit that you're trying to operate better than you. That's why you got to be careful what you're saying, what you're praying about, because you power them up. All right. What was that? Read, go to 14.
Come, verse 14. That we henceforth be no more children, tossed to and fro.
And you see that?
Carried about.
And you see that? Even in verse Salakia King, even in verse 13, it hints at until a perfect man, unto the measure of the statures of the fullness of Yahweh Shai. And we already know that he told us to be perfect. So somebody's lying around here. Somebody's making a contradiction out of someone, because I just don't understand the Lord telling us to be perfect. And then bro over here talking about, oh, I'm just rehearsing the righteous act. Rehearsing means that there's a flaw. Rehearsing means that I don't have it down pat. Rehearsing means that I'm not perfect yet. But he told you to be perfect. Is he going to tell us to be perfect at doing the law that we have right now if he know we can't be perfect in it right now? I don't think so. But that's just me, right? You got to kill yourself. You got to die daily, as the scripture says, man. You have to die daily. Every day you have to kill yourself because you're moving around in a world that does not support who you are and what you're about. And then we're creating our world that's supposed to be everlasting to function inside of this dysfunctional world. We can't afford all the inconsistencies that we dealing with brothers and sisters. Why? Because of differences in doctrines, egos, right? Excuses being made. We just rehearsing. Ain't nobody perfect. We'll get all the answers when Yahweh shall return. Man, all of that is excuses. Then you get mad because some brothers feel like, you know what? I can't deal with that. I'm going to just separate and I'm going to go do my own thing. That way I can work on me actually doing exactly what the scriptures told me to do without listening to y'all making excuses, vexing my spirit. That's why he told you in 14, you got to get it right, because he's telling you, you ain't supposed to be children being tossed to and fro no more. You are men and women of the Lord at this point. You have the book. He's opened your ears to the wisdom, knowledge, and understanding of the book. Through thy precepts, I get understanding. Here a little, there a little, just kind of, merging up different precepts because they all relevant to the point. This stuff is not being said for nothing. This is when the spiritual verbal becomes nourishment. Just like in a real war, you got a plane that fly past after they done been fighting physically and everybody's exhausted. Here come the physical plane. It drops the food down by way of parachutes with their new rations, and everybody go and eat. Got fresh soap. They clean up, and now everybody's energized and ready to go to war again. Well, that same thing applies from a spiritual perspective. When your spirit is low and spirit is weak, and you're allowing yourself to be tossed to and fro by the inconsistencies that's going on with your brothers and your sisters in the truth and out the truth, hey man, you need a spiritual plane to fly past and drop you some damn spiritual food. And that comes by way of who? Who becomes that plane? One of your other brothers who can tell your spirit is low. He's that plane. And he drops you off some rations when he hits you with a couple of precepts that's meant to build you up. And that's fine if you're just struggling with the word. But what if you're a brother who's in subjection to the judgment of the word? And that same brother, as that plane come past and he bring you some spiritual nourishment by way of rebuke, is you gonna eat it up or you gonna spit it out and say it's nasty? Hey, brother, I don't eat that. Yeah, I'm a vegan now. I'm on a strict diet, brother. I'm just doing water. You're gonna find some excuse, right? Like Sirach 32:17 said, a wicked man's gonna always find a way to justify his actions when he's moving against the Lord, basically paraphrasing. Well, you're gonna turn into him. And then I gotta become Galatians 4:16. Have I become your enemy because I tell you the truth? Well, if that's the outcome, then are you really moving in the spirit? You're gonna wage warfare against me and go back and start talking to one of the brothers another one of the brothers that you cool with, probably from another camp, or maybe even in our camp. That nigga Nadiv, man, like every time he come around, man, he trying to rebuke niggas, man. He this, that, and the third, blah, blah, blah. Because you don't perceive my act as an act of love towards you. You can't. Because you ain't moving in the spirit like you supposed to. So of course you're gonna always find something wrong. But did you finish the 14 or I cut you off, King? Salakia.
Con, you was going in. I was at 14.
Okay, go ahead, King. Salakia.
Con, I started from the beginning.
Con.
This is the book of Ephesians, chapter 4, and verse 14. That we henceforth be no more children, tossed to and fro, and carried about with every wind of doctrine.
Pause for 1 second. How is it that we have 100 camps? And the reason that we're not all united as one camp is because of what? Brothers is carried away by every wind of doctrines. You think that don't apply to the Lord? He ain't just saying don't be getting carried away by all of Esau's damn doctrines and the rest of the heathens' doctrines. I see that as a blow being struck towards Israel not to be looking at his word and creating multiple doctrines. That's causing us to be divided. A house divided against itself can't stand. Ain't that what it say? Oh, we only apply that scripture when we talking about Esau going against Esau, huh? Don't deceive yourself. Go ahead, Op.
Come by the sleight of men and cunning craftiness, whereby they lie and wait to deceive.
See that? My name is Yah Jew. I'm Jesus Christ on the earth, and y'all need to be following me. Well, damn, brother, the scripture said that when Yahushua returned, everybody's going to see him when the sky crack. Nigga, I don't recall seeing the sky crack and thousands of damn angry black Hebrew Israelite angels following you. How the hell you sneak your ass down here on earth amongst the rest of us, Negro? If you Jesus, you don't fit none of what the Lord told us to look out for when you show up. But you think it's cool to sit out here and plagiarize the image of the Lord by calling yourself him in the flesh back on the earth when we ain't seen not nan damn sign of you coming like we were told we were. So you basically calling the Lord a liar. Got punishments, man. Brothers got to be careful, man, how they doing things out here, man. And that vexes my spirit. Every time we got to run into you, Negro, out here somewhere, you talking about you, Jesus. I want to slap the hell out of you, brother, but I can't, and not be, and I could justify like I'm under the David Act, man. I hate those that hate you with a perfect hatred, because by you claiming yourself to be Yahweh Shai Negro, you're calling him and the Most High liars, because the Lord promised us that there will be wonders and signs that will show the coming of Christ. The whole world would see him when he returned. Nigga, nobody don't know where you even came from. You just popped up one day telling brothers, oh, I'm Yahweh Shai, with a bunch of damn followers behind you that's just as dumb as you. Your doctrines of the scriptures is just like it said, right? By the sleight of men and cunning craftiness, because you know a few little precepts and y'all done built your own breakdowns up around them. And you catch people who, babes in this truth, who don't really have a leg to stand on, don't understand the scriptures, and you manipulate them with your craftiness, whereby they lie and wait to deceive. I think Israel is looking outside the ramparts. They on the wall, and we watching for enemies to come and not even realizing that by way of spiritual verbal warfare, the enemy is already behind our enemy lines and he's doing damage. Doing damage. Let's go back to Romans real quick and go to 12 and 4. Go back to Romans 12 and chapter 12 and verse 4.
Come, this is the book of Romans, chapter 12 and verse 4. For as we have many members in one body, and all members have not the same office.
Now you see that? We're all members of one body. Nobody know what part of the body they are. Nobody. But we know that in order for this body to work, all members have to be under the rulership of one authoritative figure that's guiding the body. Now we form like Voltron. Yahweh Shai is the head. He's not physically here. The book is here. Didn't he say he comes in the volume of the book? I am the manifestation of that book. He literally jumped off the pages into the form of a mortal man. But to us, he's these pages again. So the book is the head, right? Those who proceed to move and live life and speak and operate through life without the instructions, the oracles of this book, that's when the scripture tell you that the whole head is sick. Because we've plugged our ears. Itchy ears. What it say? Heaping to ourselves our old teachers or something to that effect, paraphrasing it roughly, very loosely, right? Brothers are more infatuated by their damn camp leader than they are with serving Yahweh B'Shem Yahushua. This book is the head. And by reading this book and digesting this book, you learn how to move in unison as a body. Whether you are arm, a shoulder, a finger, toe, kneecap, we don't know which actual part we know, but we know harmoniously, right? From a hermeneutic standpoint, this book is what moves us as a body. So how in the hell is my right arm over here doing one thing? The left arm is over here with his hand in a cookie jar. Okay, the right foot just went numb. It refused to move at all. The left foot is tap dancing around like the body just doing whatever the hell it want to do. And then everybody's blaming it on the head. Oh, well, Yahushua ain't here yet, so we're just rehearsing. When Yahushua get back, then the whole body will get in order. No, when Yahushua come back, he's going to do what the scripture said. It's better to make it into heaven with one arm, one leg, one eye. He's going to chop body parts off this damn body. That's what he's going to do. Go on out. Verse 5.
Verse 5. So we, being many, are one body in Yahushua, and every one members of one another.
So it looked like the left hand is fighting with the right hand. Right? We trying to walk forward, and your left foot kicking yourself in the ankle, the right foot kicking the other leg in the ankle. So we just basically walking down the street looking like we just completely damn possessed. That's how we look. Lord said we would be in astonishment. So just imagine seeing somebody walking down the street and I can just imagine how brothers looked at me at Passover when my nerves was jacked all up and had me twitching and shaking like I had damn Parkinson's disease. Hey, I looked at like what Israel is acting like. I had no damn control over my body's nervous system. So my body was all over the damn place, hands, arms, everything, doing what it wanted to do. That's what we look like. But we supposed to be one body, right? Go ahead.
Verse 6. Having then gifts differently according to the grace that is given to us, whether prophecy, let us prophesy according to the proportion of faith.
Damn, that sounds like to me, when you go out there and teach, we all supposed to be teaching the same thing. Ain't no we got a different doctrine. We got a different understanding. No, one nigga had a different understanding. And he fed that different understanding to every other person that's a part of his camp that came in under him. You're responsible for planting unrighteous fruit. And you're going to answer for that. This whole damn camps that done disappeared. Okay? In my 9 years of being in this truth, I'm not going to name them all, but there's a few camps that's obscure now. They long gone. Brothers is not in the truth no more. They nigga manned off. The whole camp once was doing mighty works. But because brothers wanted to be tossed to and from, they wanted to sip from all these different doctrines and wanted to try to merge the nigga man ways into the camp formation, so they create this doctrine built around their shortcomings instead of them foregoing the shortcomings. I'm going to go and start my own camp. That way can't nobody rebuke me and tell me about nothing that I'm doing, and I'm going to use these precepts to justify it. And then, like clockwork, every other foul and wicked spirit gravitates to that camp. And now you got a whole camp over here doing that, talking about Yahushua Day. Okay? Niggas is over here cooking whole damn hams with Coca-Cola, chitlins, right? And justifying themselves by way of scriptures. Perverting and twisting the scriptures, and you're responsible for all those unrighteous fruit that your tree has bared. Read on up.
Verse 7, or ministry. Let us wait on our minister, or he have teaching on teaching.
One.
Verse 8, or he that exhorteth on exhortation. He that giveth, let him do it with simplicity. He that ruleth, your simplicity. He that ruleth with diligence. He that showeth mercy with cheerfulness.
Right? Some people would say, oh, they're telling us to wait on Yahushua. No, it's not. That sounds like to me that it's telling me that if you ain't a part of a camp, you need to get with some leadership and some elders, somebody that's more learned than you so they can teach you. Let us wait on our ministering. I know I'm an Israelite, but I need somebody to guide me and teach me and show me what it is and how to be an Israelite. All them sisters who want to be unruly and disrespectful and don't want to be in order talking that crap about, oh, yeah, Yahushua my head. I ain't getting there one of these niggas to be my head. Wait, well, I'm waiting till Yahushua come. Yeah, when Yahushua come, you're going to be dead. He's going to kill you. Okay? You basically lying on him when you say that. Because Yahushua told you in 1 Corinthians 7, that the man is your head. So you just going to move the man out the way and attach yourself to Yahushua. When the Lord told you, respect and reverence the man, your husband, as if I was the Lord himself. So the disrespect you give me, you're basically showing that that's the same respect that you're going to have and give to the Lord. You're going to die when he comes. You know what I'm saying? Is because we have to be mindful of our speech. Little simple thing as that seems like nothing. You're calling the Lord a liar when you say that out of your mouth. And we know that falls under sins that there is no forgiveness for. That falls under the death penalty, right? Homosexuality and blaspheming the name of the Lord. That's death penalties. But that's a small, little insignificant thing that was just swept past in the midst of your belligerent, ranting and raving and just saying anything in the moment. Right. He said, show mercy. He said, let him do it with simplicity. All right. So this is why I don't care for all that debating. Because y'all making like Israel is making serving the Lord like it's a grievous, hard thing. It's simple. It's simple. Read what it say and do it. No excuses. Reason why it look like it's so hard to be an Israelite and keep the laws and commandments is because you're not doing it according to the way the Lord told you to do it. Brother, we literally had a brother come to us and tell us one day, well, I was with the Greek fraternities and all this. Isn't it a way that we can try to, I know I'm an Israelite and keep the law, brothers, but is it a way we can merge them together? Hell no, we can't merge them together. And after we rebuked the hell out of that brother, we ain't seen him no more. So you chose your Greek fraternity over serving Yahweh B'Shem Yahushua. Okay. Let's get Corinthians 12 and 7. 1 Corinthians chapter 12 and verse 7.
This is the book of 1 Corinthians, chapter 12 and verse 7. But the manifestation of the Spirit is given to every man to profit without.
See that? Withal. See that? Every last person that this word is given to, it was given for a profit to all others that that spirit resonates with. That's the separation of the 2/3 and the 1/3. The 1/3 of Israel's hopeful elect, we don't know who they are, but we can kind of we can kind of lean towards it by the way of people keeping these laws. Is that a definite? No. That just says there is a higher chance that these people that are keeping the law as it is written could possibly be that hopeful elect. If they do what? Endure with that law to the end. Don't get down the line and start reading the book of Joe Smitty, and because it mentioned a couple of things about the Bible, now you want to try to figure out a way to merge that book with the scriptures and say, oh, this might be one of the lost books. This is part of this. Like, no. You approach every other book that you read as a secondary. It's a watered down, diluted version of someone else's perspective after reading the Bible, who use very crafted methods and ways to analog biblical connotation in a decisive way. So it don't look as though I'm writing what the Bible says. It comes across as if these are my own words. This is the knowledge that I've come into, right? Learned people are not supposed to fall victim to that type of stuff. Okay, but didn't the scripture say that these people will be so crafty in the last days that they will possibly fool the elect? Operate like you are an elect. How about that? Speak like you are an elect. Because if the laws and commandments are going to be put into our inward part when Yahweh shall return, there will be no more teaching anybody, because all of this, everything about the understanding of the world, the Lord, the laws, everything is going to be in your inward part. That would make you an elect. So without the prideness and the puffed up of saying it, spiritually act like it and endure on that path till Yahweh shall returns, and you might just be the elect. Even Christ gave you a hint. Didn't he tell you when you pray and ask for something to act as if you already got it? So take the same approach. I am an elect. You know who I was elected from? Out of this wicked ass world. I'm the only Israelite in my family with the exception of my son, because I'm raising my son to serve Yahweh Bashem Yahweh Shai. Lord said he'll take one out of a family, two out of a city. I'm that one. So I am an elect. Now it's on me to maintain my status. It's on me to do the diligent inquisitions and seeking out the mysteries of this Bible and applying them to my life and holding my brothers and my sisters accountable to the letter of this Bible when they come around and say that they too are servants and believers of Yahweh Bashem Yahweh Shai. What was we at? 7 and 12 out? Go ahead, read 8. Read down to 12. We're going to read the 12. I got a couple of more. It's the same thing we read in Romans. If he ain't on, I'm going to go ahead and start. It says, verse 8, for to one is given by the Spirit the word of wisdom, to another the word of knowledge by the same Spirit. So it doesn't matter what your position is when you're moving in this spiritual realm. It all comes from the Lord. And you do not control how he chooses to use you. But if you've been blessed, this is very key. What I'm saying is, if you're in the world, you don't understand that. You're moving wickedly according to the Lord's will for whatever your purpose was. But when he wake you up from that worldly lifestyle and he bring you into this fold, you have to move according to that spirit. They both come from the Lord. And but here's the thing about that. When you in the truth, you understand both sides now because you came from the other side. So you have a one up. Now I'm in the spirit. I understand the actions and the behaviors on that side. I know what triggered me. I know what caused me to say and do the things that I did. And now I'm in this truth. I know I'm no longer allowed to say and act in those manners. So I'm praying against that. Most of us, when we came in this truth and we look back over our life up until that moment, we broke down crying. We broke down crying at the way that the Lord used our spirit in that off manner. A shame came over us. And we teared up and we cried and we prayed and told the Lord we were sorry. Because even though I didn't know that the Lord was using me at that time, he showed me that he was using me when I started reading these scriptures. And I found out that we were living under curses and I perpetuated them curses. To another by faith, the same spirit. To another, the gift of healing by the same spirit. To another, the work of miracles. To another, prophecy. To another, discerning of spirits. So that one there is so key. The discerning of spirits. That means that there are some of us who can look at you, who can listen to the way you talk and tell that your ass is off, that you have one of the Lord's left-hand side spirits dealing with you. Discerning of spirits. To another, diverse kinds of tongues. That diverse kind of tongue don't mean that I can just speak or understand Spanish. I mean, I understand nigger man too. That means I can understand that little hidden, indirect line of communication that you're trying to use. It's like when brothers go out to camp and we in different cities. We run into some of the roughnecks. They got their little neighborhood nigger man way of slang, threatening and talking. I'm not from this city, so I don't even realize that this cat threatened me because I don't understand their language that they speak in their city when it's time to get down and busy like that. But then when I'm here in Chicago, I'm from them streets. So somebody walk up and they start making all these what seem to be incoherent, non-cognitive statements. I'm able to say, oh, this nigga done resorted to nigga man. Hey, hold on, let me deal with this dude. Because he threatening you and you don't even realize you being threatened. So this is diversity of tongues. Right? To another, the interpretation of those tongues. So there's things that are going to be said that some of us ain't going to even understand. And that's what I'm speaking to with this lesson. The interpretation of tongues. What can come from speaking? And we already know we speak with Esau's jacked up English, and we know that these words is witchcraft. Look at the way they spell some of the words. Look at the etymological definition of some of these words, and then look at what the word mean today. So when we speaking out of our mouth, you don't know if you're speaking curses under the Witchcraft Act against your brothers and sisters. That's why your speech is supposed to always be seasoned. Seasoned with what? A dash of these precepts, man. Especially when you're dealing with other Israelites. Right? But all these work of that wood and the self-same spirit, all of this comes from the same Lord, dividing to every man severally as he will. So that's between you and the Lord when he bring you this truth, and then you realize that the way you was moving was off his hell. That's between you and the Lord when you moving off his hell and you in this truth. Because he know. He got you moving that way. And you so damn proud, you ain't even humbled yourself down to the Lord and said, Lord, I know I'm moving off. Can you please get that spirit off of me? Give me the strength to resist the temptations that pull me into the actions of that spirit. For as the body is one and have many members, and all members of that one body, being many, are one body, so also is Christ. He's the example of what we should be moving like. Right? Now, if we go to any of those instructions or act on any of those manners, I have to say no, man. When I look at the behavior of some of my brothers, that make me get scared. Like, damn, if it happens to them, and these brothers' status is above mine, shoot, it can definitely happen to me. I need to check myself while I'm down on the lower level, where the Lord might still be kind of winking at my ignorance. Let me check myself and get right now. I don't see nobody coming into this truth, learning and knowing Genesis 1 and 1, and then 10 years later, that's all you still know is Genesis 1 and 1. Your purpose is to elevate, is to grow. And with new growths brings new devils. With new growth brings new challenges. With new growths, you discover some of your inconsistencies in your understanding of the precepts in your earlier years that you'll double back on now and be like, damn, I thought that only meant this. Now you done found out that scripture is a double entendre. It's got 2 meanings. It's got 3 meanings. In some cases, 4 meanings. So until you understand every aspect and every meaning of that precept, you really don't understand it. But guess what? There's someone who does. There's an elder who does. But if you looking at your elders and you're speaking out of pocket about it, yeah, that elder, man, his breakdowns be all right. I'll break my breakdown probably better than what the elder got. He been in the camp 50 years, man. You know, I'm new, so the Lord really dealing with me. Because you thinking how the Christians tell niggas, oh, the Lord love fools and babies. The Lord tell you to stay away from a damn fool. You the worst person. In Sirach, according to the Lord in the book of Sirach, a damn fool is one of the worst persons. I'd rather, like the Lord said, you'd rather be with a thief than a damn fool or a liar. Right? Many organizations have toppled because of fools. Right? Go to Matthew 18. Matthew chapter 18 and verse 15 out of there. Let's see. No, verse 17. And if he shall neglect to hear them, tell it unto the church. But if he neglect to hear the church, let him be unto thee as a heathen man and a publican. So this is talking about after you followed the proper protocols of going through the channels of rectifying your disposition with your brother or your sister. If they just like those of us in HOI, we know some of the brothers that's no longer with us for this very thing. After their inconsistencies made it all the way to the elders and to councils, they still refused to hearken and accept that they were wrong. So brothers got to get put on suspensions, some indefinitely. Does that mean he's not an Israelite no more? No, none of us has the power to say, oh, yo, you so wicked, Negro. We don't acknowledge you as an Israelite. That's not what it's telling you when it says treat him like a publican. All right? Treat them as a heathen man or a publican. It's not telling you that you revoke their Israelite status because you can't do that from them. It's just telling you that you have to be more selective in your dealings with that person. Assume that he's going to be deceitful. Assume that he's going to lie. That's what it's telling you. Now, I can smile all day long in Esau's face because I'm at work. It's a time and it's a place for everything. But in the back of my mind, nigga, I can't wait till the Lord let us loose on your ass. I hope I am one of the ones that get the smiter style.
But it's a time and a place for everything. So I know I got to get along with you in your kingdom where you're ruling. Why should my actions get me put to death prematurely? I assume that I got more works the Lord want me to do. You know, our people, they'll talk to themselves and they'll think that way when they dealing with Esau. But when it comes to our own people, you resort back to your nigga man from the project days. All right, let's get Luke chapter 17 and verse 3. Is that 8, 13, 16, 17, what I say in verse 3? Come on. It says, take heed to yourselves. If thy brother trespass against thee, rebuke him. And if he repent, forgive him. It didn't say go and make a video about him and air out all his laundry that you kept in secrecy by way of counsel with him. So yeah, I came to the brother Shemaiah and I expressed some of my shortcomings to him in privacy as a counsel one-on-one between me and him. But now I've wronged him. And I refuse to accept his apology, or I refuse to apologize. Shemaiah ain't supposed to go and make no videos about me. That's not what the Lord told us to do. He says, and if he trespass against thee 7 times in a day, and 7 times in a day turn again to thee, and every, like he says, saying, I repent, thou shalt forgive him. Well, brother, you just read over there. It said treat him like a heathen and a publican. To me, it sounds like they go hand in hand. He can wrong me 7 times in a day, and he say, I repent, I'm sorry, I forgive you, brother. But who's the damn fool not using wisdom that you allowed this brother to wrong you 7 times in one day? If you followed the proper channels that the Lord told you to go to him and confront him personally, and he forgoed it, and then you took 2 or more witnesses, and then you took it to the council like you supposed to, it wouldn't have got to 7 times a day if he was just going to be adamant about wronging you. You gave him opportunities to keep wronging you because you went through the proper channels and you didn't treat him like a publican. Be very cautious and selective with how you're dealing with him. Lord might be using that hard-headed spirit on him to make a point somewhere down the line, and possibly to you. See your naiveness? You don't allow the scriptures to make you a fool because of your lack of understanding of the scriptures. They're not here to make a fool out of you. They're not here to allow you to be just used and mistreated. But if you have a prideful spirit on you, you will fall. And some people may say it was your own fault. Right? But if you follow that protocol, what the scriptures say, you gained a brother or you gained a sister, right? We'll go to Sirach 19 in verse 8. It's the book of Sirach, chapter 19 and verse 8. It says, whether it be to friend or foe, talk not of other men's lives. It's got to be a mistake here. Because I didn't get a phone call from a brother telling me what he did. I turned on my TV, or I got a text message in the group chat with a link. I clicked on the link, and there's a brother on here bashing, desecrating, diminishing, destroying another brother's character, assassinating the hell out of his character. Whether it be friend or foe, talk not of other men's lives. And if thou canst without offense, reveal them not. In other words, put your hand over your damn mouth. If you can't speak in a righteous, uplifting manner about your brother, then don't say a damn thing about him. You don't know what he's struggling with. Apparently, you haven't went and talked to him to find out what he's struggling with before you decided to go and talk about him with somebody else or to do a damn video. So once again, verbal warfare is being waged from behind enemy lines. And there's a slew of law, statute, and commandment breaking being done by people that are supposed to be learned in the word, by people who go out in the highways and in the hedges and have the audacity to rebuke other people who are not learned in the word. The hypocrisy, the damn nerve of you, Israel. Sirach 13 and 16. It says, all flesh consorteth again according to kind, and all man will cleave to his like. That applies for the spirits too, right? Well, the Lord tell you to watch out for them kindred spirits, right? Birds of a feather flock together. Okay, this is why you got some of these off-ass camps taking in all the miscreants from other camps. Then they go and get an off-ass elder who all them but been ran out of the nation and make him their elder. So now we got camps out here that's full of damn miscreants who just refuse to hearken, refuse to accept rebuke and better themselves. So they'd rather leave the camps, go start another camp, and draw towards their spirit more wicked ass spirits. Okay. Then you got homosexuals out here calling themselves Israelites, and they forming homosexual Israelite camps. You got a group of Eves running around here, pulling up at damn Walmarts, blowing the shofar, bringing it out. The hell is going on, Israel? That's vexation to the spirit damn highest level. But instead of us going to them and confronting them, we'd rather make money off of them with our monetized YouTube channels doing breakdowns about them. But not one time went on their page and shot an email, brother, I want to sit down with you and let's talk about this doctrine. Or sisters, I want to sit down and get an understanding where y'all believe that the scriptures say y'all can go out and teach in the highways and in the hedges. And give them an opportunity to refuse the olive branch. But you know what another degree of separation is? I ain't a part of your camp. You ain't got no rulership over me. I got to listen to you. I don't care that you famous in Israel amongst the accepted camps. My small camp is my camp, and we ain't got to listen to y'all. How do we deal with that, Israel? When we got camps out here that's moving against everything that we stand for, but yet the backlash falls on all of us as Israelites. I don't know. You gotta ask yourself about the spiritual reasons you call someone a brother or a sister. Do you all operate out of the fruits of the Spirit in your works as well as in speech? Are you all holding each other accountable to those works? Be it physical labor or in speech. Let me get a couple more. Go right here, back here to Romans 1 real quick. And I want to get 20 Romans 1 and 21. Yeah, Romans 1 and 21. I'm on 2. Romans 1 and 21, right? Because that, when they knew God, they glorified him not as God. Neither were thankful, but became vain in their imaginations, and their foolish hearts was darkened. This is what I'm talking about. You don't get to move up the ranks and the chains in Israel and then be found like our ancestors. I'm inclined to believe that some of these brothers are the reincarnation of some of the wicked high priests. The damn Caiaphas is them, man. Right? And your damn Korahs and your Dathans, man. I'm inclined to believe that. We're looking at the modern day manifestation of them spirits. Because y'all know the Lord. You're putting the word of the Lord to judgment against a brother with your rebuke breakdown videos, but yet you totally obliviously blind to the double edge on the blade that's cutting you in the wrong method of how you went about it. Okay. Professing themselves to be wise, they became fools because you don't realize that you're admitting your fault in the role as well. You're so gung-ho about the point that they made about you. That brother on the video admitting to other acts. It was like, hold on a minute. We ain't gonna just speedball past what you just said. Bro, you realize you just admitted to this and that while you trying to debunk the point that he made about this? I'm inclined to believe he's telling the truth now. But in your wisdom and logic of thinking and craftiness, because you have an eloquent way of speaking. You're very charismatic with your speaking. And how you flow so easily through the precepts that the Lord had to make a fool out of you and change the glory of the uncorruptible God into an image made like to corruptible man. Is that not what we doing? This is a fact. There's a homosexual camp running around out here. Teaching what? Christianity, God loves everybody? It's a fact. There's a group of sisters running around here blowing the shofar teaching. Teaching what? How they don't have to honor and respect their husbands, and when Yahweh shall return, that's who they married to. It says, to the birds and four-footed beasts and creeping things. And change the glory of the uncorruptible God into an image made like to corruptible man and to birds. Right? Talking about all these damn idols. People running around here wearing your Caesar Borgia chains around your neck and all that, so forth and so on. I'm going to drop down to verse 29. Being filled with all unrighteousness, fornication, wickedness, covetousness, maliciousness, full of envy, murder, debate, deceit, malignity, whispers, backbiters, haters of God. Because here we know that we know God when we love on the children of God. And we love on the children of God by not being backbiters, haters, envious, covetousness. Okay? So you don't love God. Haters of God, despiteful, proud, boasters, inventors of evil things, disobedient to parents. I'm going to go to 32. Without understanding, covenant breakers. We ain't even going to get into that, right? We got to go all the way back to the beginning of the Bible. Half these cats that's in Israel today who refuse to hearken, who refuse to respect leadership, who just come out of nowhere with a whole damn camp. These Negroes don't even know they was into a covenant. They don't understand the covenant. Because ain't too many brothers teaching about the covenant no more. People to move past that point. That's why we always say somebody got to always teach the milk. I don't care how much you grow or how wise you get in these scriptures. You got to keep speaking the verbal warfare of the simplicity of the scriptures, which is the milk. Because there's always someone coming in. You bringing new people in, and they learning about Cornelius. That's too much for you. That's too high for their pay grade. They'll never admit it in they damn pride and the pomposity of their damn statement. They're not going to tell you that everything I learned came from Elder Zabak. Everything I learned came from Naquan. Everything I learned came from Elder Kahan from Linus. They're not going to tell you that. They're going to jump on the scene with their new camp, acting like they done really did some diligent studying of the Bible. But what you fail to realize is those of us who know these men, who are learned under these men, we know their damn teachings when we hear it being spewed out of your mouth. You know who breakdown that is you're using and butchering. Without natural affection, implacable and unmerciful. Without natural affection. I shouldn't have to work hard to love on my brothers. That should be a natural thing. It should come second nature to me, loving me. Because we're supposed to love on our brothers as we love ourselves, and our wives the same. Unmerciful. You BITC ass nigga, you HOE ass nigga, you F boy, you faggot, you like brothers is really saying this kind of stuff out of their mouth to other men of the Lord. That's unmerciful. Accusing brothers of being pedophiles and homosexuals, and you don't have no concrete proof to substantiate that claim. A bunch of hearsay and a bunch of damn video clips that look like y'all done soundbite pieced it together. That's unmerciful. Who, knowing the judgment of God, that they which commit such things are worthy of death. When you make an accusation against a brother and the Lord takes up that cause and they be found not guilty, the scriptures say what was supposed to happen to them is supposed to happen to you. Now let's just really get to it. If we really moving in the spirit of the Lord, Israel, who gonna take up the axe and go and put them brothers to death? Nan nigga breathing. Because you're scared that Esau gonna come and lock your ass up for the murders of them. So if we're gonna serve the Lord, no, you know what that's it? That's one of them excuses that come out. Oh, we're the Lord, we fishing right now, brother. Yeah. We in the fishing season right now. We ain't at the war yet. That's gonna happen when Yahushua get here. Scriptures say where there is no law, there is no sin. Where there is law, judgment of that law must be imputed. So who's gonna take up the axe? Who's gonna go through Israel and make the corrections with these camps and with these individuals that are misrepresenting who we are? Not only do the same, but have pleasure in them that do them. Brothers is on these videos with big smiles on their face, glad that they exposing another brother stumbling. Yeah, put a big thumbs up, put a like in the group chat. Yeah, we want to, the water the so-and-so for they such and such, they just donated XYZ. This is what's going on. And this is facts. This is not me making it up or plagiarizing. This is literally what's going on in Israel. And nobody can do anything about it. We just say what we want, do what we want, make up lies about the Lord. And it's all good, huh? We know it's not all good, but I'm just saying. What I want to go to? I'm gonna get 2 more, 3 more. see. Zephaniah, Zechariah. Zephaniah 1 and 14. Zephaniah chapter 1 and verse 14. The great day of the Lord is near. It is near and hasteth greatly, even the voice of the day of the Lord. The mighty man shall cry there bitterly. We know that the day of the Lord is moving rapidly up on us. It's already on us. Some people are still looking for the whole world to just go boom. I say it all the time. War don't start with just grenades and bombs and bullets. It starts from a verbal diplomatic standpoint first. We have to first fail to agree verbally. Then war becomes imminent. Well, you're looking at the verbal. When we started out running around the whole world bringing this word out, that was the verbal communication from the Lord. Now the Lord is in an active war state. It's a spiritual thing that's happening physically, but by the eyes of man, they think that it's because this person and that person don't get along. No, we're seeing the earthquakes. We're seeing the fires. We're seeing the rivers drying up. We're looking at the nations going to war. And we forgot Jacob's trouble comes out of all of this. Laws are being passed right now that are geared specifically towards us. Where is our damn infrastructure that you read about when you read Babylon to Timbuktu, okay, Rudolph Windsor's Babylon to Timbuktu, page 90, very last paragraph. Okay, we had doctors, we had lawyers, we had iron workers, metal workers, we had engineers, scientists. Where is all these infrastructures that we should be building and putting together right now? Oh, I get it. All that's going to come to when Yahweh shall return. But all I read about Yahweh shall return is death. We got to go through Jacob's trouble. You don't think that all our sisters that's calling themselves Israelites, they need to be taking bags of medication home from their damn job every chance they get? Gauze and Band-Aids and peroxides and all of that. Because when the Jacob's trouble come, where's everybody going to go and link up at so we can make our strongholds within our cities to fortify ourselves and protect ourselves against the onslaughts that's going to come against us? Or everybody just going to be every man for themselves and their household with their 1,000 guns, huh? But we a nation. We're building a nation. We're building the Lord's army. All that sound good coming out of niggas' mouths. I'm going to die for the Lord. Then as soon as Esau roll up, niggas, and tell you to shut camp down, everybody moving their signs and walking off. This is not a game, man. It might be to some people, but to all of us, this is not a game. Verse 15. That day is a day of wrath, a day of trouble and distress, a day of wastedness and desolation, a day of darkness and gloominess, a day of clouds and thick darkness. I didn't hear nothing in there about the Lord showing up, even when you read about it in Amos, when he's asking you specifically, what is the day of the Lord to you personally? I didn't read nothing in there about he's coming to shake hands and hug babies and hand out damn lollipops and Chico sticks and make animal stuff, balloon animals, okay? And it's going to be parades and streamers. I didn't read that in there. That he's going to take counsel up with niggas and sit down and go over why they didn't start keeping the law and they were rehearsing. I didn't read none of that. Amos 5 and 18. Woe unto you that desire the day of the Lord. To what end is it for you? Now ask yourself, have you been around here waging verbal war against your brothers and your sisters with all your murmuring and backbiting and have not confronted them personally yet? Because you need to be asking yourself that question then. What end is it for you when the Lord show up? The day of the Lord is darkness and not light. As if a man did flee from a lion and a bear met him, or went into the house and leaned his hand on the wall and a serpent bit him. No matter what you do, where you go, you're not going to escape the wrath and the judgment of the Lord. It's not going to happen. You're going to get what the Lord got for you. You know? So with that, that concludes this lesson, Israel. I actually talked my way through a few hours. Through the Spirit, the Lord put it on me. I didn't think this lesson was that long. I thought it was only like 2 hours long. But I say the water to you, Akim and Aqua, who sat through this lesson. I pray, as always, that the Lord allow your spirit to be edified and nurtured by his word. And I pray that I did a good job in the breaking down of his word and held true to his meanings and his purpose of his word for the betterment of Israel. And this lesson was meant to challenge everyone on their individual basis as an Israelite, to look at yourself and make a checklist of all the things that the Lord require of you and find out if you're doing it. If not, get right, get in order with it. Mainly when it comes to dealing with your brothers. Now, I'm not saying go out and get down on the brothers, because some of the subject matters I'm speaking about is everybody know about it. All right. I was trying to be as elusive as possible, but like I said, when people know about the situation, it's hard to speak subliminally, right? But I just didn't want to reiterate the details of such said matters over this platform. But at the same time, I wanted to use them as highlight reels to yourself, your internal thinking about how you speak in the future. Right? These laws was given to us for the betterment of us. And for the most part, there's a very powerful tool that you have with that mouth. And you got to yield that boy like it's a sharp knife that'll cut an arm or a finger off. Okay? You can't just be going around swinging your verbal sword around without considering the damage to be done. And remember that sword, when you're speaking from the Lord, that's a double-edged sword. You want to make sure when you swing it, it's out far enough that the double blade don't cut you. You hold it too close to the body while you doing all that swinging with that sword, you're gonna slice yourself open unto death. That's the hypocrisy that we're seeing right now. Brothers in Israel who have been swinging that verbal sword around on the behalf of the Lord, they were holding that sword too close, and that double-edged blade, that other end of that blade, sliced their asses open. And now all of their unrighteous behaviors are being exposed. They're bleeding out. Now, some have, went into seclusion as a means of their shame, but some are still running around out here boasting and bragging and acting like it never happened. We got to pray for them. We got to pray about it. And one more thing, when you praying, you asking the Lord to remove people from around you, remove people from around the body, or you may have a brother or a sister, that's they living conditions ain't the best, and they subjected to living with nigga man in them because you ain't got room for them and nobody else, but they got to live where they got to live, and you have to be careful when you ask that, because the Lord will move them around, and you look up and it's your best friend that was on your right-hand side or your left-hand side. Now you feel some type of way. You asked the Lord to remove those that was unrighteous, wasn't good for the body, wasn't good for you, and he moved somebody you consider to be a best friend. Now you feel some type of way. I don't think Israel sit down and talk about the right things with each other. We tend to sit around and talk about worldly issues a lot, some of us. Or we romanticize about the kingdom and what it's going to be like. Got to put more effort, more energy, and more light on yourself and your walk. Perfect it. Your purpose, all right? It's your duty. Don't get it twisted. It's your duty to keep the law, but you have to perfect it. And you have to find what your purpose is. Your purpose in Israel might be to teach Another person's purpose in Israel might be to be, in the real estate and get property to help brothers out with their living situations. Your purpose might be to be a doctor or a nurse within Israel to set up the hospital, the makeshift hospital when Jacob's trouble started. Find your purpose that the Lord got for you while you're here, while in your walk, because it's there. Your walk and your duty go hand in hand. All right, Israel, and with that, I just want to say, call all Yahweh Bashem Mashiach Yahweh Shai, the water to the Most High for all you Akim and Akwav, and I pray that y'all will edify. All right, and Lord, keep a hedge of angelic protection around y'all at all times. Increase y'all in y'all faith, increase you in your long suffering and the patience that it takes to have that long suffering. All right. If anybody got any subjects or anything they want to touch on, speak on, the floor is open now. If not, take a couple of seconds and I'll close us out with the Lord prayer. So I'll take that as a no. So I'm going to get ready to close it out with the Lord's prayer. Everybody face your your respective east. Sit, stand, whichever one you're able to do. Abanawa, Shabbat Shemayim, Kodash, Ayah, Shamka, Yahweh, Malakwaka, Taba'ah, Ratazaka, Ayah, Aishar, Barataza, Kuwa, Ayah, Bashamayim, Nathalanawa, Lakam, Call, Yawam, Wathalaknoa, Kabawafyana, Kasalaknoa, Kawawafyana, Wala'ah, Babyanawa, Banasayawan, Babal, Awashainawa, Mayan, Rai, Kaya, Laka, Hamalakwa, Waha'Allah, Wahatapara, La'aiwalam Yam, Man. Khan Israel. The water for rocking out with me. Kum Yashala.
Khan. I don't see any questions on the YouTube. So you're good, King.
Yeah, I ain't logged out because I ain't know if the phones went down, something went wrong or what. But Shalom, everybody, Kum Yashala.
Khan.
Everybody, everybody heard the prayer out and everything, right?
I mean, your audio was good.
Okay.
So, yeah. Were you on the Clubhouse? You had it open on the Clubhouse?
No, I didn't.
Oh,
I'm only on here.
Okay, Khan.
Yeah, no, I ain't on no Clubhouse.
Khan. Okay, Khan. All praises, King.
All right,
For the class tonight and all of the information you brought out, man.
Om Yashar.
Om Yashar.